everyone! Quitting coffee only lasted like 2 days. But anyway, I am a lot more awake today. Hey, Killer, getting that watch streak going again. I'm so sorry you lost that because you were sick, but I'm glad you're building it back up. Let's start out the day giving our friend Killer Jam 25 a shout out, because Killer is here every day, minus like 2 days in the last like half a year or something like that. It's been a while now, huh? Anyway, so I've got a lot more energy today. This challenge is still absurd. Thank you, Zed. But I've been staring at the map for like almost half an hour, trying to figure out like what do we need to get done. And we've got some good stuff like going, but for instance, this is going to do us nothing if we don't wall down here, right? So that's a thing. That's a whole thing. Then we need plastic. Like, it's just, you can't create a sustainable base without some sort of cooling and redoing your CS2 city because of mods. Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. Happy to do it. Happy to do it. If you're on and I'm not streaming, I'm always happy to raid people we know. Okay, so it's no mystery we need oil, and it's no mystery that we need to get at this bad boy, right? We already got this insulated in with a nice shield from here to here. But also, like, we would have to plug up a situation of heat over here and have access to it with a pump in place without burning our dupes to death. And then that water has to go somewhere. So that's one of the things I was thinking about. It's like, well, where are we putting our industrial stuff? Because we got to get smelting, like, immediately. Smelting has to start happening because a lot of stuff is going to end up having to be steel, which continues our loop. There's a nice pocket of fossil over here, and it's a straight shot out of our base over abyssalite, so we're not letting any of the heat in from down here. There's like a nice little shield. We kind of like go in and then like hop over this abyssalite, kind of try and, you know, and if we needed the room, we could expand into here, but we don't need much more room. What we need is runners. We need runners. We need like three, four dupes just running on wheels. And like I know if we get 4 more, we're past the like 8 minimum, but like it's a minimum, you know. But do we want to go to 9 or 10 just to like get the leg power? Because then you got to feed them, right? But we're gonna have 8 dupes. I think in the end we really need to set up 8 wheels, not 3 wheels, right? And let's get rid of that for now. We're digging to a few places, so we got to decide where we're gonna put our power, where we're gonna put our spam, etc., right? Now, where do you put that stuff? We could, in theory, build it in right here, build in our like cooling setup and just use the existing water here, pump out whatever we don't need, then just build this into basically a 2x5 steam room. It'd be a lot of water, but maybe we don't do that because we do have salt water, so we could layer some stuff. So my original thought was to put it up here. The issue I find with that is you're going to want the steam turbine hooked into your main grid, right? So that means that like our main grid would have to be up here. Now that's not necessarily a bad idea because even though it's a little warm here, we've got this nice chilly stuff that's just kind of penetrating downward, evening everything out. So this could be a good spot for it, because it's not going to be like super hot forever, right? Meanwhile, we need to get to all the steel and fossil. Again, the fossil brings us back over here. We're in the process of researching docks. So really what we should be doing is trying to figure out a way. Bellwright is awesome so far. I think you'd like it. I saw you share that. I'm going to have to check out that, and Enshrouded, and what else do I have on my list of post-its here? You know what? I'll put Bellwright on the list too. There's plenty of room on this post-it over here. And then Bellwright. Not that I need more games in my life, because we've got plenty we still got to play that I haven't even gotten into yet in my library. Okay, so all this being said, I'm trying to minimize the number of times we move things. We talked about like my job where I was doing stone and stuff like that. It's like Rimworld. Well, then I will definitely enjoy that. So we should get our steam turbine plugged into our main grid. We'll either need a transformer to send conductive wire into the aqua tuner, or we'll have to do a little airlock situation for the power to get out and in. I've done it a million times, but it does limit us in the fact that I'm probably not going to be able to get back in there once we close it up if I use some sort of... Maybe if I go from the other side? It's not a terrible idea. Okay, I got an idea on this build, guys. I got an idea on this build. We still got to do a lot of other things, so I think I let them finish what we're currently working on with the digging to this stuff up here and the digging over. We need these Drecos like proper online, so we're doing what we can here. And also back down to this. This is going to be hot going into our oxygen. Like if we're lucky, we'll get to cool our oxygen. Well, not if we're lucky. We have to cool our oxygen. Base is going to overheat if we just have electrolyzers. So how far do we want to pump this becomes the question. Running an entire line of insulated pipes all the way up here is, you know, but at the same time, we got to have the SPOM working. So there's got to be... Morning, Laz. So there's got to be hydrogen generators in that whole situation, which brings into mind cooling. So that becomes a matter of like... You kind of want your industrial areas last on the line for cooling. You don't want them to pick up heat early on and then drag it into the base. It defeats the whole purpose of running a cooling loop, right? Tropical Paradise. Hey, Nether, it's Zed. I'm logged into the wrong browser, so I'm on a different Twitch account. Okay. What's up, Zed? Let's do a shout-out for Zed over here. Zed is the whole reason we're doing this. He came up with this challenge. Thank you for the headache, Zed. Shout out to Zed3900. Go check out Zed, everybody. We met playing ONI, so it's appropriate that we're starting this challenge at the same time. We're playing on the Nether Cloud, or Netherland, which is our Discord's community seed. So if you want to play along, that's up there. And hang on a second. You don't have to play the challenge, is what I was going to say. If you want to, the challenge is you get 100 cycles with a minimum of 8 dupes on the team to... what am I trying to say? To create a sustainable colony. Sorry, guys. I might be more awake, but that just means I'm not yawning. It doesn't mean the brain is powered on at all. Okay, pull it together. Get it together, Camille. So, what I'm thinking is we slap down a little vacuum chamber over here. So, I know how to do this kind of without doing stuff. We need... So I know what I'm doing, but at the same time it's like... So that's eventually going to be up to there. And then over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will be like that, but we can't build that yet because we got to do this bit. And we have to get the air out of here. So how are we going to get the air out of there? We could put a block here and do a blah block here. Because we need... Right, that's got to be built. We need a heavy watt joint plate here. And then another one here. So if we want to do this, we need to be able to build this in the vacuum. Same thing with this. Okay, this becomes a whole thing if we're not going to use gas pumps. Like, how do we build ourselves a vacuum? This is a toughie. Yes, the lobster is upset. What about Wheezewort? No, 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 no. I don't... You are... Come here. Wherever you're going to jump to, let's not have you jump to there. That's just... Come say hi. Why are you wet? Gah. Why are you wet? What are you doing? What are you doing? Wheezewort? I don't know if we even have Wheezewort. Is there Wheezewort on the second planet? I haven't gone to the second planet. I have no intentions of going to the second planet. I guess what we have to do... God, this is not a good idea. I think the transformer is just... Stop it, Tachyon. No! Stop. Just thinking out, haven't checked far enough to... Hey! Hey! Stop that. No! Hey! Stop. He's rubbing on the camera like it's his camera. Like, this is my camera. Yeah, it's your camera, buddy. Are you done? I think he might be done. Yeah, furry little cameraman is right. So... That's the 5 we need. Yeah, we're gonna put our industrial area up here. Counterintuitive, but since the farms are here, we might just build the spam right down here somewhere. That way the water can just pump right there, and then the oxygen can go into the base. It's got to be something like that. I don't see another way. Yes, we are using the... Hey! I'm sorry, guys. It's, Why are you smelling my lemonade? It's lemonade. Don't stand on the spoon. You're gonna do something crazy. Oh my God. Hey. Come sit in my lap. Or, like, go lay down, but please get off the desk. Yes, Killer. When you start the map, you have to choose spaced out for the map. Yes. Spaced out map style on the spaced out DLC. That is the current community seed. So, what I'm going to do to make our sweep job a little easier is I'm just going to gonna dig these bad boys. We're gonna sweep this. And we're gonna sweep this. We're gonna put a steam turbine aqua tuner set up one way or another, even if it kills me. So, welcome to stream. 20 minutes later, we press the play button. Now that we have a plan, we're gonna dig this way. If we don't spot an oil well like right here, which I don't think there is given the shapes that we got here, but either way, we can get access to some lead and some fossil, which means all this stuff I'm talking about, like the conductive wire being a problem, it's not really a problem because conductive wire, easy, basically. We could make it, as long as we've got cooling, we can do that stuff out of lead. If we don't have cooling, making it out of hot lead is probably not the best of ideas, but, you know. So we're going to put an insulation wall here. It'll still be part of the core base, but I want to shield a little bit of what's up here from coming down here. And we'll start putting in a power grid somewhere. We might have to use coal for a little while just because we need power for radiation research. So I don't mind if the carbon dioxide filters down through the base. It'll be whatever it is. But I do mind if we heat up the place too much that it stifles our crops, because we're going to need more crops in general. Currently, we have a clean water overflow to bristle blossoms. It's a thing, right? Now, we're going to need some of the salt water to do our spam, right? We're going to need some of the salt water for our spam, and we're going to need the rest of it. Maybe not the rest of it. We're going to need at least a little bit for what I'm doing right now. We need to make it so the steam chamber only has steam in it. Now, this is going to be a dirty way, and I usually don't like to do this because I hate to have debris in my steam chamber. But the thing is, we're going to have to deal with having a little salt in there, because we can layer just the tiniest bit of salt water and then put a little bit of water up on top of that and put the steam turbine in, or aqua tuner in there, bolt everything up, no problem. And when it boils those two sections of water, you've got steam, and it doesn't matter if there's a little bit of salt in there. That's not going to change anything as far as the dynamics of the whole system. It's just visually there's that stuff there. But if that is the difference between our colony surviving, you know, an extra 50 to 100 cycles, I'd be very happy to have that. So we need to take on 3 more dupes, and for them to be useful, we've got to take them on relatively soon. I'm not willing to take narcoleptics. I've seen that go horribly wrong in Francis's playthrough, and I'd prefer not to deal with it on this playthrough. Husbandry, science, iron gut, plant murderer, slow learner, critter aversion. Jesus, you're worthless. I don't think I can take any of these, which means the next offering we get in 3 cycles, we are like obligated to take a dupe. Lots of salt water on the other asteroid. That's good. I don't need a lot. I need like less than 5 kilos. And we've got 2 tons. Maybe like somewhere between 5 and 10 kilos. Like 7, maybe like 6, 7 kilos for the steam chamber. And then like another... Not even kilos. No, not even kilos. We need... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No. We don't even need kilos. We need we just need just a tiny line of it under here. Whatever it is. It could be grams. We could get like a few grams in each tile and I'd be happy. Oh, that's right. We're setting up more air because these things only take care of four people and we've got 5 people, so or something like that. You know, that other planet looks good. Like the geysers are good. The salt water, the poke shells, all that stuff is really good. Like, oh, I broke the Great Hall bonus pretty hard over here. It's because I was trying to be clever. Priority, let's make those like, as far as build orders go, I need these to be 6s. We don't have to worry too much about breaking the Great Hall bonus. We've got well, yeah, we've got bonuses from other stuff. Like we still have our nature reserve, right? I don't want to fuck up the nature reserve. Kind of looks like an arrow pointing down. Like you have to go down. The oil is down. So we're building this bit, sweeping that area out. I mean, there's not much else we can do. We got 5 dupes, and most of them are on bed rest at the moment. Now, once you get to like 4, 5, 6 dupes, you've always got a dupe or 2 awake at all times. Like, by the time both of these 2 go to sleep, one of the other ones will get up because of the way I have my schedule shifted. So, like, did we name you? We named you, right? No, Ashcan is up to be named. So Ashcan gets up when, I think it's Killer, when Zed goes to bed. Then we've got Julie is Marie, and Killer is that Devin? I never remember. Okay. So Ashcan gets up while now Barb is going to go to sleep while Zed gets up. Bam. Pretty much like on the timer to the second. And now Zed and Ashcan are up, and in an hour... I think Marie gets up, or whatever. So we're doing okay. So where are we going to put the power? I guess literally right on top of the base. I guess we should be replacing the top of the bunks with the insulated tile. Or do we just go up to make it a little easy? I mean, is it easier to go up or is it harder to go up? It's neither, right? So this is the level that the wiretap for the steam turbine would go, right? So that could come over the edge and just go down and then go across, and that's a power grid. The last thing I do before I lock the doors and take my hands off is I'm going to make sure there's an auto dropper built that's set to sweep only, and I'm just going to sweep the entire inside of the base. So all they do is run and sweep. Okay. It really is just a matter of doing all this. I think it makes sense to have power basically right up here. It's close by to base, so they don't have to go far to do very much, and most of our stuff is going to be manual. It just means that we're going to wind up breaking. We'll work on this, and we'll finish this top layer over here, so when we break the barracks, we at least get the Great Hall back, you know? I don't know. I don't know how to talk yet, guys. This is why I had to get coffee back in my life, because I can't even function when I have 1 cup of coffee. How am I going to function on 0 cups of coffee? So, colony seems to be moving right along. We're researching into that stuff. We got to get to Radbolt research and stick that somewhere. We could put that above. I mean, we could link that in theoretically up there. I mean, there's a radioactive crust, right? There's a radioactive crust. How radioactive? Barely safe. I like those words when it comes to research. So, what if... See, I don't want to put it up here. Because then we break into gases I don't want to deal with. It's already a lot that we're going over here, but the hydrogen seems to be balancing it out. As long as I don't fuck up the... you know what? We need to make this a way higher priority. That needs to be built. There we go. Let's make sure the air gets built. I'm looking at the background. I'm like, it's getting less and less breathable in here. Yeah, because they're not building the thing to breathe because you queued other things up at a higher priority, Nether. I like to talk to myself like in the third person type of thing. Okay. Under furniture, we do have a pedestal. Now, I know that seems weird, but we're going to put one right there. And we may need to put like a second one at one point, but we're going to start with one. Zed is mopping the place up real good. Barb is running. I do kind of feel like, I mean, if we're digging down here, we could put the electrolyzer set up over here, maybe? Maybe that's a better idea, because then we could just, we still gotta get at this. It's probably going to actually be easier to get at from this side. So if we're going to be digging down here anyway, we might as well use the abyssalite as an insulator. And just kind of tuck our electrolyzer in there. Maybe? Thing is it's got to be a decent size. I mean, not huge. And I'd like to make some things out of steel before we get there. Cycle 25. This is a terrifying prospect, this whole thing, I gotta say. Because we can't even start placing the exosuit dock until we actually finish the research. But that wasn't the exosuits, that was textile production. Yeah, drywall, great. We need drywall in this playthrough. Like, I need a hole in the head. Okay, salt water. We're gonna select salt water. Sweeping and running, sweeping and running. We're sweeping this up so we don't wind up with like a lot of our useful resources trapped inside of some nonsense. So, yeah, we got to get that wheel moved. Okay, so speaking of, what are our people going to do when we have finally left them? They're going to sweep things up, and they're going to run on wheels, basically. We're not going to have research going, because without us here, we can't place anything they research. So they're basically going to be sleeping, eating, pooping, farming, ranching, and running. Those are our main activities, right? That being said, how many running wheels do we need? Because we could put these over here and then just link that into the main grid, right? So we don't need these to be Like, we can put down 4 wheels. Do we think more than 4 people are going to be running? I mean, if we get close to the ends and it looks like there's going to be 4 people, more than 4 people running, we'll put in other wheels. But I think we go for that. I think we grab an airflow tile and put that under that to allow for more ventilation to proceed through. It will allow just that little bit of extra heat, but anyway, that means I'm gonna want to move the storage, but that's fine. That's not important for right now. We could break these boxes and leave everything there. So, power. So we should put the refinement at the front end. No. Yes. Okay. So we don't really want... See, refinement's going to end up being temporary, but power is going to also pose a problem for us. So I think we might actually put in a temporary power setup and refinement setup right here, so we can pump this water into it and into here. Let's do that. So, refinement. Where's our rock crusher? We're going to get a rock crusher going. Let's say we put that right up against the door, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now we need power. In order to maintain this system, we would need 3 coal generators. 1, 2, space for coal. No. Fuck that. So we go like that. And then we need a battery. Boop. And that's going to be... I mean, we'll throw one of these in as a placeholder, right? And that should be enough space for a refinery. We are going to need to put a kiln somewhere. So let's check our heat overlay real quick. Man, I'm tempted to just put the kiln up here somewhere in the Draco farm, because the bomb lily need to be warmer. I mean, I feel like that's a reasonable thing to do, right? We just put a kiln like right over here inside this door. Or we like do some rearranging of tiles, but I don't really want to do that. So it'd be better if it was down here, but we'd have to get rid of. And then there's, you know, there is iron here that I'd like to get to. So let's say we dug this out, right? Let's say we dug this out. That would give us an extra 5 tiles in here. We stick a kiln down here, so it heats up the bomb lilies. I mean, that's not sustainable forever, but we could do something else later on. We could get our dupes to hang out up here and breathe until there's enough carbon dioxide at the bottom. Hey, Barb! To grow mealwood. And then just stick that in there. Alright, coffee is in. You know what, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's a plan, because I want that iron anyway. We need materials, you know, so we're going to do some digging. So also, we're going to need you to be that. And if that's going to be that, where do we draw the line, so to speak? And I don't know the answer to that question, right? Like, we got a bunch of heat over here, but there's abyssalite coming down most of the way here and abyssalite here. And all of this is coal, like all the way up to space, we have no abyssalite. I'd say probably our best bet is to just wall straight up through here to maybe like here and just let that heat be. It'll blend in with this. Yeah. Adcom? Yes, I named Yes, I did name Marie after Julie. Yes. What is Adcom? I shouldn't break in extreme cold. No, I don't think so, Zed. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. What was I doing? Temporary setup down. Temporary. Everything is temporary until it's not, right? That does get in the way, and it is kind of close now. You know what? We need to not have that there. What we need to do is put that up here after we put insulated tile. Yes? I don't know. Now, if I'm putting a heat shield from our industrial area, do we just run that heat shield over to here? Kind of feel like that's the thing to do. See, I'm getting too into this like the way I build type of thing. Like I will do a lot of like tedious stuff just to like make my base way better. But we don't have time. We do not have time for that nonsense. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm also, because they should have access to this, I'm going to do that. We'll probably have to dig those to access that tile. The other ones will be accessible. And we need to be able to get up to that bit. So boop, boop, and a little bit of boop. And that should get us our heat shield from the outer world. Our industrial area, so it's not going to be like a fully enclosed base. We're not going to have liquid lava everywhere. We're just going to, do a little shielding. Just a little shielding. Anyway. Still tired. I know I said I'm not tired. I'm gonna go make my bags. Love you. Love you too. See you when you get back. Alright, we gotta get that wheel the hell out of there. Gotta get that wheel the hell out of there. So we're gonna endeavor to place that there. And we will hook these up. We can eventually swap these out. But I think that'll be a lot more handy right there. And then we can snip them as needed. I just queued up a lot of building. We also got to make sure everything is dead. You know, like that sage hatch. I don't want that sage hatch living in there. And if we sweep the egg to our main storage, wherever that may be, come the end of the game, that could be not so fun. I mean, not that we need resources for anything at that point, right? Like, we shouldn't need resources past a certain point. Everything should be self-sustaining, in theory. But, you know, theory and reality are very different things. I think Alexa thinks I'm talking to her. Or Siri, or whoever that is. Okay, there is a lot of work queued up for a small team. Barb is working on research. This is the point where I normally end up, like, sweeping the whole map type of thing, but I just want to sweep the areas that are going to be locked inside of a project. We're also going to need one of these bad boys up here at one point. So, yeah, guys, for anybody who was watching yesterday and is curious about the factory, I posted a picture in Discord. It's not the greatest picture, but everything seems to be working. We removed the vast majority of the liquid buffers. We made sure that all the liquids were like flat with all of their inputs and outputs for the most part. Water comes up a little bit, but something has to come up to maneuver around because there's two liquid inputs. So one way or another, pipes are going to have to cross past each other. And they're either all coming in from up high and dropping down, or they're all like... Anyway, the way we dealt with the water is the extractors have 10 meters ahead lift. So we put up buffers just to like 4 meters off the ground, which is probably like 2 to 3 meters above where the water is coming out, whatever, something like that. So it pushes it up to that level. We kept it at that level. So the pumps before it had no problem filling it up. And then we kept it at that level and brought it around over top of the fuel pipes to the grid of blenders and just kept it at that level, went over the fuel pipes and then down. An oil reservoir on this map? Yeah. Oh yeah. There's one down here to the left, one over here to the right. I'm hoping for a third over here in this pocket somewhere, but we'll see. Not that I need a third, I just like having options. I'm probably going to end up tapping this temporarily, which means we are going to need a liquid lock over here, which is another thing I can start working on. Because we've basically got one if I just put a block like there. And then we could do insulated tile on the other side, but like that. We'll need that there. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm very ambitious with what I'm trying to do in this amount of time. There is one oil reservoir down about 3 levels and slightly left of the one in the lower left. Oh, okay, okay. So I'm probably going to have to tap this one, in theory. Which... we just need suits to go right here. The reason I'm putting a liquid lock is for gases, not for heat. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hi. This is very early for asserting dominance in an adorable way, but I guess we could do some of this. This is Tachyon, for anybody who doesn't know Tachyon. He is such a baby. He's just such a baby. Yes, he is. He's a good boy. He's almost 3 years old, but he will always be my baby. All right, Bub, where are we going? Full on cradle mode. He wants to be cradled and petted. You are such a good boy. Where you going now? Was that the attack? Attack. There's an emote for that, guys. It says attack. Thank you for making the emotes, Barb. Okay, buddy. Can I game? Is it all right if I game? I mean, I guess I could leave this running. It's not like they're doing anything important. What priority do I have this thing set on? That's on an 8, so we need to make sure this guy's on the same situation over here. That needs to be sorted ASAP. Hey, buddy. You're a good boy. Don't bite. No bites. No bites. Now, am I confident enough in that? You know what? I think I'm gonna break that. And I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in up here. And I think apparently that's erupting, whatever it is. We're gonna put a tile. Can't really put a tile there, but that is what it is. So our dupes can go up there. I don't mind if a little hydrogen comes up here. I don't like chlorine in the base. Even though it floats down to the bottom, it always ends up aggravating me somehow, getting in the way of the carbon skimmer or something like that. So Going to try and avoid chlorine a little bit at least. Alright, second oxygen pumper is pumping oxygen and heat into our world, so that's a thing. Zed is mopping up that area down there, which is good because we got to dig through and do some stuff, so prefer that to be mopped up. We're gradually, very gradually, getting our stuff built. I believe Killer is our builder. I forget who our builder is. Let's check everybody's skills in the meantime. Yes, Killer is definitely our builder. In fact, let's get you improved construction because... Okay, Critter Ranching 2. Can use the milking station. I think the 2 in husbandry is just worth it. Everybody's kind of specialized. Julie is our digger, super duper hard digging, diamond, and obsidian. Yes, please. And Barb can just get smarter. Barb needs to get smarter. We shouldn't actually need to send Barb into anything else. We're not sending her into space. We're not doing astronomy. So that's actually all the science Barb's going to get. And then she'll be going into improved carry. And eventually we'll probably... Could you check your DMs real quick? I can check my DMs real quick. Nice. Yeah, he was being frisky. He was definitely being frisky. Okay. I know you're quoting me, but I can't even remember. I think you're quoting me. Okay, so Killer is our builder. Yes? Yeah, okay, we already established that. We could get Killer into demolition. That would be helpful. And Ashcan is our cook with, I think Zed is a backup possibility for a cook. Zed's our rancher. Zed is our rancher, hands down. Okay. Ashcan's our cook. Barb is our researcher. Julie is our digger. And Killer is our builder. I am kind of right. Like, we don't really need any super badass... Yeah, and Ashcan's running because he's a second in operating. Give them hats? I mean, okay. I suppose I could give them hats. I guess that's an easy way to see who people are, right? I guess that would have made it easier if I had the hats on, but... I know I'm a monster. I'll try to be better to the dupes. But they are happy when they get their hats. Look at them. Getting their brains microwaved and just totally stoked about it. Ridiculous. I forget sometimes how adorable this game is. Like, you get caught up in it being ridiculous. Oh, you're running on the wheel up there? I'm kind of not upset with that, actually. Is that hooked into there? You know what? So we deconstruct this. Then we deconstruct that. We get that shit out of our lives. That stuff is dead to us. And then we've got a series of running apparatus. Excellent. We're already getting this better. So Julie's gonna go and run on the wheel and charge the big battery. And there's a good chance that Ashcan Ashcan is eating dinner and going to bed. Good job, Ashcan. But he should be on a very different schedule than Julie. Did Ashcan just eat barbecue and then eat pickled meal? Like, you know what? That cheeseburger was phenomenal. But let me go and eat these grubs real quick, just as a little extra treat for myself. Gotta love dupes. You gotta. So, I've heard AA say things like, I was never allowed to have an ant colony when he's playing Rimworld, and I kind of feel that way when I look at this game, right? Palate cleanser. Yeah, you gotta have a palate cleanser, right, Jim? I feel like I'm getting too relaxed. I think I'm just getting to the point where I'm like, well, whatever happens, happens. If they die 10 cycles after the 100, good for them. So, I don't intend to go fast, but, you know, we'll do whatever feels right given the time throughout the day. So, the Satisfactory factory is working. Also, last night, after I did that, I went into Nightingale and did some upgrades, some minor upgrades. Made myself a new rifle. Started going through the challenges a little bit and trying to check off some things. So I made a maul, like a really badass maul, and I gave it to my my NPC followers. So Warren finally has a weapon again, and that got me thinking. I'm like, it might be time to properly suit Warren up to be a tank for me again. Like, I'm at a high enough level I can make badass gear, and I know exactly what I would make it out of to, like, give him all sorts of, like, health and stamina and, like, resistances and shit. So I'm probably going to get on and do that tonight after stream, is make Warren a whole set of gear. Because I think he's earned it. He's been a mule for a very long time, and he'll still have plenty of space to carry ores and shit for me, which is probably what I'm just going to leave in those empty spaces around him as ores. Like, 1 iron, 1 nickel, 1 tin type of thing, but depending on whatever. So that's going well. What else is going on? What else is going on? We should work on air movement in this place as well, as what's going on. Like, a couple of airflow tiles goes a long way in these situations. Like, yeah, that ought to do. I am probably going to queue up a couple of sweep... Well, I'm going to queue up a couple of sweep commands. I want everything away from the refrigerators, just in case we've got anything in there that can off-gas polluted oxygen, because that can really rot food. So there are things that are like, we need to sweep this for a reason. Then there's the like, okay, I'm getting tired of having shit here. Let's sweep this type of thing, you know. I'm starting to think we could actually put our storage down here. If we put our power grid up here, and I am very keen on doing that. I do want to keep our spawn legitimately completely separate than our main power grid. A lot of times I link them up so the extra power from the spawn can get used. But I think in this instance, it's going to be way more stable to have a spawn that's completely independent. So, there's that. And we do need to get down here to, like, wall in heat, is something I'm like, remembering now. I have a dupe that is +8 cooking skill, tier 1 hard digger, and decreased athletics that I could choose. Decreased athletics is a hard no for me. They move so much slower. They really... The pluses you're getting in all the other skills, you'll wind up with a net even or net loss on it, because they'll take so long to get back and forth that they won't get nearly as much done in a day. Because it's... You want your dupes moving fast. Especially if you're going to be putting them in suits. Because suits slow them down, like, insanely. And you need to give them more downtime. Yeah, because if they don't have enough downtime, they won't get back. So, like, they're scheduled to be off more. It takes them a long time to get to their job and back from their job. So, like, More chance of peeing your pants, more scheduled downtime, less time at the job. Generally a hard no on decreased athletics for me. Ashcan earned a skill point. Ashcan. What do you got for us, Ashcan? You're already a level 2 cook. Everybody benefits from improved carry. Reject it all. Yeah. We really need to take on that other dupe. We also need more people running. See, how we're going to power the cooling loop, that starts to become an issue in my head. I'm thinking we might literally need a whole bank of batteries just to, like, take care of this whole situation. Like, maybe we don't even put any, like, power creating devices on this level. Maybe we just... batteries. Just, like, a whole big bank of batteries. And literally, I'm not even kidding. I think if we bring on some runners... Now, I don't think that's going to make it fine. I just think if we bring on some runners, we might be able to... keep power going a little bit. Their priority is to run. That's what they do. You know what? I want to deactivate that one and that one so that they're running on these back two for now. You jump on the one I told you to deactivate. Well done, sir. Well done. It's just... Unless all they do is cook, and you literally have their room between the bathroom, mess hall, and kitchen, that's a hard no. Right, right. You could put their bed right next to where they work and give them a private bathroom. That would be funny. Could you imagine giving, like, your cook a private bathroom, private bedroom right off? Like, maybe you do that for everybody. Maybe in a bit of an RP run, like, you build individual barracks and bedrooms for everybody. Like, the cook gets his own bedroom, you know? Everybody gets a private bathroom, you know, their own personal bathroom in their own little, like, area. Like, farmers, they're all locked in over here. Farmers are never coming out of the farm. Ranchers are never coming out of the ranch. And then you have your dupes early game who are the delivery people. Like, they bring food and everything that needs to go between the bases. Like your builders and your haulers, they have their own places, but they're allowed out into the big wide world. Nobody else is allowed out into the big wide world. So you don't need to give them food. Yeah, you could automate all of that eventually. All right, basically we've got just with the stuff I'm doing here. Oh wait. See, and this is where Nether screwed up. I want that stuff. we need to get this Draco. Oh, he's coming out to play. Excellent. He might actually come into a place that's useful to us. You guys got to move over here too, though. Like on some high priority too. Like whoever is the rancher, this is your top priority. Get those Dracos into that situation. Do it quickly. Okay, so this place... Alright, printable. Can't be sleeping on the printables. Larva eggs, oof. Machinery, construction, cuisine, animal lover. I mean, Ada could pivot into any direction, and I don't give a shit about biohazardous. She could legit, and one of her things is operating, which, you know, we're going to put her on a wheel anyway. That's, like, going to be her main jam for all of eternity. Strength, agriculture, gourmet, green thumb. 9 strength, less. Yeah, so we're gonna take Ada on. Yeah, I you know, like, Meep and all, but, like, I don't like him. Don't like gourmet because we already have a good cook, so I don't need anybody with decreased food morale bonuses. We've already got people, like, ranching and farming pretty solid. Supplying, yeah, theoretically, but, I mean, Ada's got machinery, so she's gonna generate power. You know, I think I gotta go Ada. You know, Meep, he's not bad, but he's not Ada material. So Ada's coming in. Do you even have any food that gives you morale? So the way it works is that whatever tier the food is, they like it like 1 or 2 tiers less. So if it's bad, it's gonna be awful type of thing. So, and we do have barbecue that comes in time to time, just with the random things we've had to kill on the map, like this sage hatch that's gonna die. So, let's give her a schedule and priorities before I forget, because I will forget. Like I said, let's keep people awake. Now, Julie and Ashcan both run, so that's reasonable. I like to give everybody 3 downtime. It helps with morale. I just have an army of suppliers, usually. I need power, and it's easier to get human resources, i.e. dupes, than it is to get power resources. Okay, Ada, I need you to run. Just be running, and if you're not running, be crushing stuff. And then I guess if you're not doing that, you could supply and store and tidy, but you're really not going to do much of anything else. Okay, you could also help with the ranching if you don't have anywhere to, but I mean, you're always going to have a place to run. I can't imagine you not having it. I love to keep a wild sage hatch in my bathroom to just eat the outhouse polluted dirt. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I could put it over in the water sieve area just to eat because we're not going to do anything with the polluted dirt over there. Good call, Jim. Is that Jim? Yeah, it is Jim. Because I've got a wild sage hatch egg right here, so let's put that guy over there, and then let's sweep that area out so it doesn't eat the good dirt. Actually, minus the polluted dirt. See, small bits need to be swept out. Little things. I don't have any idea how we're going to accomplish any of this. This is all nonsense. This is all horrible, horrible nonsense. We need to get this thing going. So how are we going to do that? We need refinement online ASAP. And so we could realistically, like, this is going to have a thing here, right? So we could have a whole shelf right here of everything. I mean, if we didn't want to deal with things too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Could we put a crusher? Huh. No. Let's not get too crazy here. Let's just put a crusher over here. Are we gonna put down? We're gonna have to put down coal generators, right? So maybe like 1, 2, 3 type of deal. And 1, 2, 3, 4. We could put down. Yeah, we would have to move some stuff. This stuff's got to move. This is in the way. We do need a rock crusher so we could set up some automation real quick. And we need to dig out this spot here to put the third generator. Okay, put that down there. So I'd really love to move this. Moving stuff is just not a great idea, so not that. Rock crusher. But we're going to be putting the battery right there anyway, so that's why I'm like, where can we put this that's not a burden on us, right? Maybe we just put it right up there for now, right? Just one of those. Gives us space down here to do a few things. We'll let that go. Yeah, why not? This is going to be a janky-ass base anyway, so... Why have we not moved those Drecos? Okay. There goes Ada running. I love that. That's good stuff right there. So where are we going to stick our storage? I'm not against just kind of putting it over here where the suit docks are going to be. Like, we could legitimately be like... We could do that. And do we have an auto dropper? Did I even go into that whole thing? I did not. We can go into that in theory. It's just not like an important thing. So we'll rebuild one. We'll build one of these down here in this pit, and we'll empty it as we need to. Like I said, we'll put like a low-level sweep command into play when we're done. Like, as far as like things for them to do, we'll just have them sweep everything into the storage that's over near the whatchalls. And we're not gonna let them out. Like, we're gonna put a door in here that only lets them in, just in case they sneak out somehow. But I'm not gonna let that happen. So the other thing we need to do is deal with this water. I wanted to pump it into some refinement, but wait a second. Maybe we don't put this coal stuff up here. Maybe we just... It's going to be temporary, right? Right, the coal is going to be temporary to run the refineries over here. Okay. Never mind. I forgot about that. The only problem with that is that we have to... There's a few things we have to do. Like, run water up here and then back down without it dragging too much temperature into the base. That's a tall order. It'd almost be easier to put a transformer with a conductive wire, although we'd have to process material. I mean, maybe we just end up crushing a lot of our material. I mean, I know it's a waste, but at the same time, it's like... And I'm not 100% sure what I'm even doing right now as far as food. I think there's a decor bonus for them, so you just have to have a pretty furry green bathroom pet that eats poop. That is adorable. We're up to lavatories, which I'm not sure how we're actually going to continue. That was one of the other things that was a problem in my mind. Okay, so we got runners. We can start moving water. I don't know if I want to move it, though. This is all just such torture. We got to move water. But I kind of want to move it via the upstairs situation. So we can actually snip that off. What a complicated, convoluted water system this is. But hey, this is what it takes. So let's say we go into refinement with pipes. That's got to go maybe... We could put that there. Although, no, not right there right now. But then pipe-wise, upper left, lower right. Wait. Yeah, and that's the input and the output. Okay. This is going to be the input, that's going to be the output. That's fun. So let's continue drawing this. The output should really be insulated. The input, no big deal. Right, we're just going to run that there. And then we really need to run that insulated. Just to isolate the heat a little bit. We'll do it out of igneous, not gas pipes, regular pipes, sir. We don't have insulated pipes yet. Of course we don't. I don't think we're ready for suits just yet anyway, so we can sidestep into plumbing real quick. Sweep that out of there. So many things that have to get done for this to work. So many things that have to get done. I mean, by work, I mean create an infinitely sustainable base. I honestly don't know how we're going to be able to actually do that. I mean, I know how we're going to get to cooling. My big hang-up is food. Like, we'd have to completely automate. Speaking of automating, we do need that freaking kiln. Which I'm pretty sure we can put in. We can put power stuff in there. I don't know if we can put. I don't think it matters if we put that in there. You're less than halfway there. You have plenty of time. They can life off of meal ice if you plant just enough. Yeah, but it also requires dirt. We'd have to have a sustainable source of dirt to live forever off of meal ice. We have a sustainable source of water in theory, so if we do the math on gristleberry, we might be able to feed them off of gristleberry. And if we automate a full Dreco ranch, then in theory, they could live off of barbecue from the Dreco ranch. But we'd have to automate it. So there's a couple of routes we can go. We could try to do a little bit of each, but, you know, trying to do jack of all trades status might bite us in the ass. Is it a lot of cycles? I don't know that it is. So we would lose 5 tiles there. So how do we get 5 tiles back? This would be 6. If we move the door to here, that gets 6 tiles, and then all we gotta do is eat another tile up. So we could, in theory, just do something like stick one up at the top or down in the bottom. Like we could put one. Oh, I don't want to build over top of that. Yeah, I'd say, as crazy as it sounds. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I think we go somewhere like. Oh, that won't work because of reasons, right? I think that'll work. You should be able to reach it, but just in case, we'll put one there. Oh no, wait. We need one back. We don't need to block one off. That's right. So I was gonna put that there and just dig this, and then with that door in place, that loses 6 tiles, and this. Yeah, that is a thing, and that works. So there we go. That's the answer. This guy might have to get shoved back in there if he gets himself caught in that little box, but that's no problem. Alright, so our cook runs when they don't cook. So that's a thing. That works for me. Skills-wise, Ada came in with a skill. I completely forgot. She's got passions in a lot of things. Construction, grilling. Ada, you're a good colonist. I don't mean to interrupt your run, but thank you for your service. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe the battery hit high enough power. You know what? I don't really care why he's running. Yep, he ran until the battery hit 100. Now they'll go and do stuff until it drops down to 50%. I like duplicant power. We might run off duplicant power for quite some time, quite frankly. Now the problem is that's hooked directly into the base, and we're going to need that to be hooked into some other things. In fact, I think we're going to shift over. I think we shift over this battery. We put a smart battery here and refinement next to it, or refinery next to it. And we leave this one connected to the main grid. So we keep our main grid on running power. Yeah, I get. You know, the thing is, I never really thought about how many cycles was a lot or a little bit of cycles until this playthrough. Like, I'm looking at this now and I'm like, geez, there is a lot you can get done in 100 cycles. Like, a lot. So, I'm over here like, what is possible in 100 cycles, you know? You dropped that right to the floor and went to lunch, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Wonderful. So that's the other thing. We need to get a SPOM working pretty soon because exosuits, right? Like, we're gonna need to pump oxygen into them. So we either have to do like a filter up at the like middle point on the base or something like that. I mean, I guess we could put a pump right above the upper oxygen generator. It looks like it's doing some good work. I mean, there's plenty of oxygen anywhere. We just got to stick a pump somewhere to get oxygen down there. With a very low-tech filter, like super low-tech filter. It's very tempting to bring that oxygen maker down a step. "28 cycles to get a few things done." I feel like we came on and we queued up like a good like 5 to 10 cycles worth of work for these idiots. Don't go near the bottom of the base. Of course, we got to go near the bottom of the base. We also got to go outside of the base. I am really on the fence as to where we put our SPOM. Like, really on the fence, because I don't want this hot water pumped anywhere other than into our SPOM, realistically. And I mean, it comes out at 110. At what point does it stay 110? You know what I mean? Like, that's going to have to be a steel pump. There has to be so much steel. We need to get eggshells crushing ASAP. Now, I think I remember the second planet being really cold from what I saw on Zed's screen. If absolutely necessary, we could teleport over to the second planet. Oh no, because we'd have to activate these and set up power. I was going to say we could just bring back some cold from the other planet, but the dupes don't have any pockets, so no on that one. Alright, base is running a lot smoother with Ada on that wheel. That was a real good choice to bring a runner in. The liquid CO2... who was it? Was it Julie talking about the mass that comes out? There's really not enough mass coming out of the liquid CO2 to compete with the amount of mass coming out of the steam turbine. Couldn't you make do with gold? That's 100. There's no gold on this map, Jim. That's why I say it's got to be steel, because We have copper and we have iron ore, and that's it. There's no gold. If there was gold, no fucking problem. And second map doesn't have any gold either, from what I can tell. So it's kind of a race to steal, which means we gotta get to exosuits really fast. It's kind of like everything is dependent on each other. We got to get to exosuits so we can get out and get fossil, so we can get to steel, so that we can make air to put air into our exosuits to go. So there's that loop that we got to break into somehow. So I think a janky oxygen filter setup is probably going to be in order. Like, down here doesn't seem to have, like, very good pressurization, which makes sense because our oxygen generators are up more towards the core of our base. So I think what we do in ventilation, we have a... I don't think we have a gas pipe shutoff, do we? No, we have a shutoff. Yeah, we have a shutoff. Okay, so... yeah, right here. Oh, it's refined metal, that's why. Okay, so, and do we have a sensor? I don't think we have a gas pipe element sensor. We're gonna need that. Other base has aluminum, uranium, and the small amount of wolframite from what I have seen so far. Yeah, there's uranium up at the top of this, too, because we've got the radioactive crust. I don't think uranium... I don't think you can... That's a good question. What do you do with uranium? What, can you make stuff out of uranium, like pumps and shit? And if you can, what's their overheat? I don't think you can. But I also don't think I ever actually thought about it, to be quite fair with you. Alright, we shifted into pipes. We should have insulated pipes now. Excellent. So... if the battery goes here and the refiner goes here... and it was 3 wide, right? So in there and out there. This has got to get moved. Unfortunately. Okay, our rancher picked up the last of that nonsense. I'd like the iron ore swept. Same thing over here. Uranium just has high thermal conductivity and slow heating. Yeah. I didn't figure it'd be good for building stuff, but, you know, here's hoping. Is this still a stable? Still a stable. We can get rid of this door. Why are you Drecos in my way? Hurry up and multiply. The shearing station a little higher. Already have glossy Drecos, guys. Oh my fucking god. The mini-base playthrough, how long did we wait for mutation for glossy Drecklets? Now we have glossy Drecklets. We might be able to get plastic without having to do any refinement. What a turn of events. What a turn of events right there. I mean, it's going to take time for that SOB to hatch, but... Thank you, Randy. Refined carbon. Let's get, like, a good, like, what, like 10 batches going for sure? And ceramic you can do forever. If we happen to have clay, make ceramic. Hydrate. Just surfing through the database, it seems that an aqua tuner requires metal ore, and uranium ore is considered a metal ore. So maybe you can use it for buildings. Ooh, I think maybe you can use it to make some buildings. Man, I don't really want to bust up into there because we have just the right amount of radiation shielding from up there. We do have to do radiation research, but I think if we cram a shine bug in somewhere, we should probably start working on that too. There's uranium on the the radioactive biome. The problem with getting stuff from the other ones, Ed, is setting up the infrastructure. Dupes don't have pockets. Hey Eric, welcome in. How you doing? So in order to get the uranium from the other planet over here, we'd have to set up the transmitter and the receiver on both sides, run power over to the transmitter on the other side, and then have them load all the stuff in manually. The amount of time that would take, it would be easier to dig up, grab a couple of pieces of uranium, and then like rebuild in the surface area up here. As long as we don't like hit any sand or regolith and drop it on our heads, you know, in the base, we should be all right. Plus, this stuff is kind of cold, so maybe it's worth snagging a little bit of it. Maybe we do. Maybe we just get a little like prospecting going on here. Right? Like, we can always plug it back in. Let's go to like here and just dig us out like that much. Actually, that much. We can always use it for manual rad bolt generation too. Alright. Yeah, we need to get a few things going in general in this playthrough, and radiation research is definitely up on the top of the list. I'm kind of thinking about sneaking it in right here, because it could be close to all of this, like, power grid stuff we're setting up over here. And we could actually throw in another jumbo battery here, I think. Let me double check. I can't remember things for the life of me, so that fits there. Yeah, we could put another jumbo down. Let's do that. Wheezeworts also give plenty of rads. Right, but I haven't seen Wheezeworts. They're definitely not on this map, and Zed is on the second map, and was just saying you said you hadn't found any yet, right, Zed? So, no Wheezeworts, Jim. I love your ideas. You're talking about all the stuff I do on a standard basis. So, I always go Wheezewort for research, but that's not a possibility this time around. Our options are to use space radiation, the bugs, manual rad bolts. Made it to a 15 streak. Congrats. Thanks for coming in so much. I do appreciate it a lot. Alright, Ashcan's going to cook, it looks like. Right, Ashcan? Don't disappoint me, Ashcan. Oh, you're going to get more meal ice. Do these have everything in them? Yeah, they have everything in them. We do kind of need a dedicated hauler. Research complete. What research? Your research isn't complete. Oh, colony achievement earned. What achievement did we earn? I'm curious. Hatch a new critter morph. Oh, I guess the glossy Dreklet egg counts as hatching a new critter morph. Interesting. I would like, that would be a nice little quality of life, is once you have an egg, it, like, unlocks all the different levels, you know, the Dreklet, the Dreco, so you could add them to the signs. We do need to build a copy of this somewhere, just to drop these guys off. That's not a real room. I guess I'm just going to put it out here. We'll have them wander around base. I'm wondering if it's possible to actually convert this to, like, a legitimate Dreco farm and automate the whole thing. Oh, I mean, it is a legitimate Dreco farm. I guess with that door there, we have less space to cover. We would need, like, 3 auto sweepers and probably, like, 2 loaders just to cover this place as it is. Can't trust the Drecos, though. I feel like the Drecos is a nice little, like, outside possibility. Like, if we get everything we need done... If we get a lot of stuff done quicker than I think we're going to get it done, we could maybe try and legitimize the Dreco Ranch trade. Right now, we're just trying to snag a little bit of reed fiber and possibly some plastic out of the deal. That plastic, that possibility of plastic right there, that makes me very, very happy. I mean, there is so much going on. We got people running on wheels for power, which seems to be sorting us out pretty good. It's making me think that dupe power might be a viable option. I mean, just anybody who's not cooking, ranching, or farming runs on the wheel. That's 3 jobs. That means we got 5 people running at 400 apiece, I think it is. It's like, it's a good chunk of power. Put down a good amount of batteries, run some stuff. We could have coal as a backup and see how long the coal lasts. All right, so now that Sage Hatch is alive, so we can't move to command anymore. Where'd you go, Dancy boy? We're gonna move you down here at a high priority. Put the changing of the door to auto to a high priority. In theory, you could use the cool steam vent to run a steam turbine. No. Like, 110 degrees is not enough to push a steam turbine, I don't think. I think it needs to be 120 degrees to push a steam turbine. I'm not 100% sure, but we can look it up. Doesn't say here. We can look it up. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. And even if it does, it's going to be a very small amount of power. ONI steam turbine temperature. Yeah, and you need bleach stone for it, which we don't have. $125. It has to be 125 degrees for the steam turbine to actually kick in. So since this is 110, we would need to geotune it, which I think raises it 10 degrees. We'd have to geotune it at least twice, and that would produce 130 degree. Realistically, like, we're not going to be producing enough power with that to work. I think dupe power is very sustainable long term, as long as we have food sorted out. If we were going to go larger base, I would even take power off, or if we had more time and we were going to go a little larger base, I'd probably siphon off a certain amount of the hydrogen from the spawn that we're going to build. 200 to 400 C. For what, Barb? Once you get above 200 C with the steam turbine, you lose efficiency because it's running flat out. So you actually overheat the steam turbine. You want it to be between 125 and 200. You don't want it over 200, and it can't work under 125. So I usually, like, at 130 is when I start to move things out. Somewhere between 130 to 145, let's say you've got, like, igneous rock from a volcano cycling to give you power, which we have a volcano. We could, in theory, do that. We could volcano power this whole thing. I say that, and I'm like, should we volcano power the 100 cycle base? That seems a little insane to me. So, but, like, if you're doing that, like, between 130 and 145, I take stuff out of the steam chamber and into a chill box, which is water, polluted water, whatever, and that stuff is being cooled by an aqua tuner in the steam chamber that the stuff is rotating in, and that recycles all the heat pretty well from whatever heat source you're bleeding out. But either way, we're not going to be able to get that level of efficiency out of this. I was really nervous because I was like, I don't know how we're going to be able to make enough plastic without having heat problems, just refining the stuff that's on the map. We still do want to break out this way, though, because fossil is absolutely delicious for what we've got to get done. Let's get one of these guys built. But let's get I think it's about, I want to say 12 batches of copper. And I'm going to put this at a higher priority than the wheels, so people do this first. I'm kind of excited now. I kind of can't wait to, like, issue a sweep command and take my hands off the keyboard. Like, that just sounds awesome. And getting the glossy Drecklet mutation now, it doesn't require much plastic. If we could get that going, in fact, we might want to start working on the possibility of a second Dreco ranch. Like, let's say we start prepping this area for a Dreco ranch. I mean, I want this iron. Okay. We got to get that iron. I'm greedy. I'm greedy for iron right now, guys. So we're going to put that there and there. Because it looks like the chlorine is reasonably... Yeah. I was all excited about the fact that it was going to get nice and temperate up here because of the cold and the heat interacting. But it's killing the bomb lily, which is a problem. Which we might just put another kiln in here. Let's uproot this. And then we can block off pieces of this area until we got the right size, or dig out pieces of whatever we need to. Alright, we've got copper. How much copper do we have? 50 kilos. We need a lot more than that. Game. Okay. I don't care about phosphorite.
Reed fiber is nice to keep an eye on. Was that research finishing? Was that what happened? Because that is important. No, they're still working on that research. Arguably, the other research that we want to do is more important, but they're all important, so... What happened? ONI's steam turbine temperature, and Google gave me IRL info instead of game info. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, you want to learn about steam turbines? Let me tell you about steam turbines. Sim streamer? Are you trapped in the doorway, douchebag? Critter is trapped in the doorway. Can't be gotten to. You have got to be kidding me. Alright, let's deconstruct the door. Can we, like, move this guy? What do we got on the printables? We have 6 people, so we need to take 2 more on. Increased and decreased medicine. I'm sorry, but I can't take somebody who's like that. At least this guy's honest about what he's bad at. Okay, decorating, researching, ranching, starry-eyed. They're both garbage. They're both garbage. I guess we'll murder the hatchling. So I said, girl, what the fuck is that posture? See what she was doing and had terrible posture. I said, girl, what the fuck is that posture? And she read it and went, me? I'm sitting with my knee on my chair. Nice to meet you too, Barb, in a joking, offended voice. And then I got banned. Oh my god. If you just have the door set to open, she'll path back and forth. I know. I don't want her to path out of this area. I just want her in here eating the polluted dirt that comes out of the sieve. We gotta find an answer to that too. Like, we can't filter stuff forever, so I'd like to actually pump clean water in there and then just put the polluted water somewhere. God, I don't have answers for all these problems. I do not have answers for all these problems. I mean, it's not sustainable forever, but at a certain point, I could just tell them to crush every rock on the board into sand. That'd be a lot of sand for a lot of cycles. Eventually, it would run out, though, and they would be pissing everywhere. Which still doesn't mean that they would be, like... Eventually, they would drown in the piss, though, right? God, you think this game is like a lot cuter and a lot more innocuous than Rimworld, and then you play it and you're like, wait a second, this game is terrible. I mean, it's a great game, it's just a terrible... Someone will be along to move you because you're glitched. Then we'll rebuild that door there. I could stand to have refined carbon on the list. Are we done with that research? We are, so let's get back into suits ASAP. I gotta decide where I'm gonna put an exosuit forge, which I'm probably just gonna put it right down here next to the whole thing, so we should probably get power over there. John Francis just had a whole episode talking about how it could be considered a war crime, what he was doing. Yeah, Francis John is the freaking best. I love his videos. He's probably my favorite creator ever. I'm over here just like, yeah, we got this. There's no problem. Do we have enough for smart battery yet? No, of course we don't. Of course we don't, because we've only done a little bit of copper. Don't think she was offended. I think her mods are over. Oh, I mean, it's possible. I mean, if that's the first thing you say, though, like, I'm not entirely surprised. Okay, where are we? Alright, you're skilling up nice. I don't even know what to do. I'm looking at this and I feel like it just needs time to play, but at the same time I'm looking at our cycles and I'm just like watching them tick away. And I'm like, how long are you guys gonna take to do all of the things that I need done? Like all of them. Like, I think we got to go into applied science. Well, no, we need the gas filter to get the stuff into the suits. Like, we got to get the suits built, and we got to get something to put air into the suits, which we need refined materials for that. Oh God, this is just a nightmare. We need another runner. We need another person to run on the wheels and charge the batteries. I mean, we could kind of use another builder, because things aren't getting built very fast. I think Barb does help with the building when she's not researching, but we need her researching pretty much non-stop. Up to us, I have bad posture, but I wouldn't get upset if someone said something about it. True. I don't know, like, I just think if the first thing you say in a chat is something judgmental, I could see somebody, a mod or a streamer, getting upset about that. Like if any of you came in here and said that, I would laugh and be like, you're absolutely right. But you guys have been here the whole time and know me. You know what I mean? So could be a little bit of a bunch of things, you know? I didn't even take into account meteors. I don't think we have any that do damage. I'm not seeing a lot of, like, damage up there. That's true, but that's also her humor. I've watched her. Oh, okay. I mean, if it's on brand and it's on flavor, that's a little weird. I don't know. People just are the way they are. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Gotcha. Okay. Well, then I wouldn't worry about it too much. Yeah, we need another runner. We're doing phenomenal on calories, which kind of worries me. Guess I'm more easygoing than some. I'll just keep watching her on YouTube once. Yeah. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do about things. You just gotta roll with the punches. I don't know. Says me. I'm an insane person. I've had more meltdowns this last month than most people have in a year, so I don't know if you should listen to me. Oh, I don't think they can actually reach some of that. Yeah, so we need to, like, boop that into place, something like that. Maybe, like, they would stand there. They'd probably have access up to there, and they wouldn't be able to go any further without digging in from the other side, which could be a thing we do. There is definitely some juicy tidbits all around the map. Oh, you know what? We don't have to go up here for uranium ore. We could get a cheeky little piece right here. Actually, we'll just do that. After a huge surgery and a completely 180 on your lifestyle, would be having a few breakdowns too. Yeah, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess that's true. I'm a little out of my mind in general. What kind of asteroids do we have? Ice meteor showers. All right, so that I'm pretty sure that's non-destructive. It does not look like it's causing pressure damage on anything up here. So we're ahead on that front. Do we not have somebody? No critters available. Oh, because they can't walk over there. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm bad at this. Okay, so we legitimately need a tile there. Or... yeah, because they can go down over here. Because the critters can't actually get to the... well, somebody got to the shearing station somehow. Oh, because this used to be down and they used to be able to jump over that bit there. You see? I was like, why are these Drecos still clothed? Okay, but I think that makes that a little smaller. It's 95 tiles now, so... oh boy. Who would have thought I'd get to the point where I have 2 Draco ranches? It just seems crazy. It just seems crazy to me. I did not think we would be getting into glossy Dracos. That just did not seem like something that would happen. Okay, so now he can whistle him over, but it's his break time. Alright, good job, Zed. Ashcan and Barb are on the wheels. Ashcan's going to do something. Barb's got the run on. You know what? I think we bring these other 2 online. How much copper do we have? 200. I think that's enough for our smart battery. But I don't know that we actually even have the research done yet. We don't have the research done yet. What am I on? No, let's get on this to get on this nonsense. And then where is... do we need a NOT gate? I don't think we need a NOT gate. What are we talking about? Under sound amplifiers. Ah. Gas pipe germ sense. No, that's not what I'm... smart battery? Oh, I have the smart battery researched. Right now I'm looking for gas pipe element sensor. Like, where is that? That's over here. Okay, so what are we so we need that automation wire, then we need the gas pipe element sensor. Yeah, there's a search bar, but, you know, I find it quicker that way. I keep putting, as Francis would say, I keep putting the suit research on the long finger, but I guess, I mean, with refinement, I suppose it becomes a whole thing, right? Yeah, the nether way, you know. All of this being said, we're at cycle 31. I need to start planning the spawn. Where is the question? It's gonna have to be something weird. It's gonna have to be something weird. We could try to, like, wall this in a little bit. In theory. Like, I'd prefer to get all this water moved, but I don't think that's gonna happen, so... No, not there, not there. Maybe there. You know, there is that little bit of byssolite there, but maybe we actually... If we do something like that... Jesus, there's just so much to do. All right, let's try to plan a spawn. Right? Let's say we leave a space for them to get down through here, right? So like that way, like, they can get down and do the things they need to do over there, right? Say 3 wide so gases can pass up and down. We have 2 pumps here. Right, that's our oxygen. Then we need airflow tiles. Basically like that and like that. We need a pump on this side. In the hydrogen room, we could have gas pumps. Or we could have the hydrogen generators. So we could have tile there. So hydrogen gas pump down here with a room for an atmo sensor. Yeah, the atmo sensor is basically just going to tell it not to pump down to 0, which shouldn't ever happen because that'll fuck up the priming of it all. Hydrogen generator is what, 3 long? Or is it 4 long? If it's 4 long, that goes out to there. I think it is 4 long. Well, and we need a smart battery, right? And we also need... We need a smart battery. We need probably 2 hydrogen generators. 240, 240, 240. I think it's like 4 things that are 240, but none of them are running at the... Well, they might all be running at the same time. So I think you can put it on a regular wire. Can you put it on a regular wire? How much power? So these guys... 240. So 480 720, and then the electrolyzer 860. So 860, that could be run on a normal wire, right? Because it's 1,000. These put out 800, so as long as we have 2 of these guys, like, we barely need 2 of them. Wait, no, do we? 720 plus, so it's 860. I mean, in theory, maybe not even, but I would say to be safe, we have 2 of these guys, right? And we need a smart battery for those. That's right in the abyssalite. Okay, so we could shift this whole thing over by 1 and then just use the abyssalite wall here. I mean, it's not pretty by any means. Actually, I think what we would want to do is that plus this, because it's that tile. Yeah, the upper left tile. Okay, so that it's not clean, it's not amazing, it's not perfectly shaped or anything like those things, but that will supply oxygen to our base. All right, let me take a quick clip of this for my my own personal memory over here. Okay. Now what we're going to do is shift this whole situation over. So that we can use the existing abyssalite just for that little bit of extra something something. So we're going to diagonal build a lot of this stuff just so we don't have to so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come down here. For now, we're gonna dig out not that yet. Okay, that's something. You can dig out the... not on that side. Actually, let's not get crazy just yet. There's just so much work to get done that I have no idea how... It's not even a matter... Like, I need to take on more hands just because, like, there's that much work to get done. I could use someone who's, like, a builder with a side in operating. Ada's actually a builder in theory, right? So, actually, if we could get somebody who's... If we could get somebody who's into running, if we can get an operator, I could switch Ada a little bit to help with the construction. Right now, Ada just runs, and then when Ashcan has no cooking, he runs, and when Julie has no research, she runs. So we've got a decent amount of running power
like, in theory over here. But we don't have a lot. Actually, we need to cancel this, because they'll jump down here, dig out under their feet, and get stuck. So we're going to do that for now. Like I said, our base doesn't have to be fully insulated. It needs to be insulated enough in certain directions and have cooling in certain areas. I thought that thing was supposed to be dead. I'd rather crush our rocks, in theory. Is this a thing yet? This is 90 tiles. So we can break out some tiles. So, like, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That gets us to 96. Actually, hang on a second here. Gotta be smart about this. Right? So we need a few things in here. Stations. We need a grooming station. That gets us 2, 3, 4, that's 5. Then we need pickup and a drop off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then what does the other one have? That's it. So then we can come in here and go boop. Then we got to get power over there. And it's a question of, do we go straight through or do we go... I don't want to bust out all that chlorine. I'm willing to do stupid shit and not have to deal with that chlorine. Oh, we're actually going to have to build a little bit back in. Talk about a janky-ass setup, but... Actually... Let's put a kiln down right there. And then let's put the pickup here, and we'll just build a tile somewhere. We'll build a tile like, you know what? We'll put one right there. That way, and that'll be good. Okay. Nonsense. See, this can't be a base we worry about having everything perfect. It just can't be. It's just not a reasonable possibility. There's a few things we could queue up here and there to, you know, quality of life wise, but all right, so we need that research, which is done. Okay, I did not realize. So we're going to go into automation, and we should have plenty of this to do this whole thing. So that'll work, and
I'm going to priority 6 that stuff. Actually, I'm going to priority 7. And then we're going to need to put in the power. Well, that's fine for now. Colony achievement earned. What did we earn? Red light, green light. Oh, yeah, yeah, that makes sense. They're going to have to manually bring coal over here. I guess we could set up a box, like right there, to make it a little easier for them. But yeah, we desperately need to get refining. And it's going to drag heat into the base, but we have no way around it. Oh my god, you're doing the thing I asked you to do. You marvelous idiot. You're not going to spread out enough, are you? No, you're not. So let's run that one more time. That saltwater printable was just an absolute godsend. Right, let's get those wires built. I've never needed operators so bad right off the bat. Research complete. Okay, so we've got the research for the suits. We can actually start making those, I think. We need the gas pipe element sensor to make all of that function. Station-wise, let's put down the exosort suit forge requires more metal. At this point, I can't worry too much about crushing copper. We don't have power up yet, so we're going to continue to crush copper ore. We've got 33.7 tons. We're not going to use all of it. We'll crush some of it. This is not the same as a normal challenge where we're like, oh, we got to make sure to keep our good resources as our good resources. So when we take over the map, no, we're not taking over the map. We've taken over the vast majority of the space we're going to be taking over. There's going to be a few adjustments along the way. Please cover the rest of the bottom of that. You absolute pain in my asshole. Okay, so what I'm going to attempt to do over here is build that chlorine gas out of the corner, and hopefully when I deconstruct this tile again, the water will shift over. Oh, stretch, posture check, and hydrate. I can do all of those things. Oh. 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 All right. We seem to be getting along just fine, and we even have extra food. Cheers, everybody. Wild Sage Hatch is happy. I don't think they can reach that. I'd like to dig these little bits out of the corner here. But there's no real way to do that. I could... It's a lot of work to get those bits.
Now, I usually aim for 30 kilos per tile of steam in my steam rooms. So that's going to be kind of what we're looking to do over here. Now, water, I believe they bring 200 kilos per load here. So 200 kilos spread across 5 tiles here. That's going to be 20 kilos a tile. So literally, they're going to need to bring this once. Maybe I'm wrong on those numbers, but I think that's what I think they bring about 200 kilos per load to the bottle emptier. So one load to the bottle emptier on top of the few grams that are down here should be pretty much 20 is good. 20 to 30 is like where I aim to have my water. So that should be good. Then we can rip all the junk out of there, start building the aqua tuner in theory. I mean, we got to wait for the steel for it, which is going to take a minute for us to get because we got to crack into this heat over here. But we've got to do a liquid lock down here to get out here because there are, well, I guess if we're not going to do refinement out there, there might not be gases we have to wait for. But we've got 14% incubation on this glossy Dreco. I don't know that we're going to be able to get enough fabric fast enough on that bad boy. We can move this over here. And I mean, everything is important here. It's not even like we can make them do any one thing more than the other. Literally everything we're doing is dependent on each other. So we just gotta actually let them work. We've only got one main builder, so I would like to switch Ada out of building in theory, but could we? Julie is the one. Julie's digging and doing life support. Yeah, Julie is already doing the things that they need to do. Same thing with Ashcan. We need either another dedicated runner so Ada can focus on construction, or we need a construction worker so Ada can keep doing what she's doing. But either way, we need to bring more hands on deck. We need those other 2 people ASAP, and we need them to be capable of running on a wheel or building something. Building needs to happen quicker. There's a lot of work queued up. And we truly can't afford to take Ada off her full-time running duties. She's running the whole place on her feet. How much copper do we have? Do we have enough copper for this guy? Yes. I'm a lot more into this when I'm not so deadly tired that my brain hurts. Okay, so if that's going... we're going to need wires. We can cancel all the... well, you know what? We'll let those batch out. Iron ore into iron. So 100 ore goes into 100 of that. We need 70 of that plus refined carbon. 20 kilos of refined carbon. And we need lime. Eggshell to lime forever. So what I said about this, no. We'll leave that on one batch so Ashcan finishes. And we need to start pumping liquid into that situation. More pressure on Ada's feet in that scenario. That is going to interject a decent amount of heat down in this area of the base. Tempting to actually like put some insulation along here. just so much work. So much work. Oh, we're cooking through the stream time. I'm hoping we get to at least 50 cycles today. I wouldn't be upset if it takes 4 streams to hit the 100 days. We're doing this slow and steady wins the race status. I think the fact that we're going to have 2 Dreco ranches up, one of which is actually going to be a glossy variety, I'm pretty impressed with that. I just don't know if we're going to have enough time. I mean, that glossy Dreklet egg. 15% incubation. I mean, it's going to hatch in like a good handful of cycles. I mean, by 40, we should have glossy Drecos, I would think, at least. Or at least a Dreklet. It does have to grow up. I mean, it'd be coming in at the wire. I think we can live with... I think we can do glossy Dreco plastic. It's definitely just going to be coming in right at the wire, though. Like, everything else has to be done. And then we get that plastic out of the glossy Drecos and bam, build the steam turbine. And that's like the last flower in the cap. I'm starting to think this might be doable. The food starts to become the issue, though. The food definitely starts to become the issue. I mean, if we're waiting for the Drecos to age out to get the meat, that's not really super sustainable. Not the achievement, the concept. Ideally, what we would want is the eggs going into water and then going into incubators to reserve them. So that when they hatch, they die and turn into meat and our people cook it up, right? Driver updates? Oof. Can we automate this shit? I don't know. Can we? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So one sweeper could take care of the top part of the... If we could get to mechatronics engineering, I think I might actually be able to automate these Dreco farms. And if I can automate the Dreco farms... If I can automate the Dreco farms, we can do quite a bit. Alright. Yeah, we're batching some of that heat down here. So we're using coal to power our refinery and just power our refinery. Everything else in the base is running off of duplicant labor, which is a little on the dangerous side because we don't have enough runners to really keep our place going. Yeah, our batteries are down. Right, because our people that would be running on the batteries are actually working on refinement. So, fair enough. Sweetney is here. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing today? Okay, so that worked up here. So we can deconstruct this. That's going to get made. Somehow still have our nature reserve bonus, despite me being really bad at murdering those bonuses early on.
hot is it over here? 71 degrees. It's so tempting to just kind of like scoot them in over here. We may risk scaldings. Like, let's cancel that actually. Let's dig that out. They can't actually reach that? Why not? Why can't they reach that? Oh, because this tile's not here? I think because that tile's not there. Right? Oh, they can't get up here. No shit. That's right. Okay, so we got to do that. Killer Jam, stretch, posture check, and hydrate. I got you. All right. Now, what I am going to do, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I'll try not to forget that posture check when I come back. And we'll leave it on a cliffhanger. We'll see what dupe we have in the printer when I get back from the restroom. I'm going to put up a link to my buddy Bobby's music pages because he does the music for the Be Right Back and starting screen. So if you like it, go check him out. And I'll see everybody in a few moments.
Okay, I'm back. Let's check what dupe we got here. And let's keep right on moving with this ridiculous challenge. I mean, I'm not as worried as I was last time. Those first 25 cycles were scary. Husbandry, creativity, interior decorator, caregiver. Not a huge fan, but... husbandry, cuisine, athletics, irritable bowel. So they use the bathroom a little longer. I've never taken on... Not thrilled with Quinn. Not thrilled with Quinn. Not thrilled with Turner. But Turner... We're not going to use an artist. We don't really need another rancher. What skills does our rancher have? Zed can pivot into... I guess suit wearing, but that's just athletics. If we take somebody else, I mean, Zed... Because Zed is research, basically. Research and suit. Zed actually would have made a great, like, pilot, realistically. Yeah, Zed would have made an amazing pilot. But that's not where we are. Maybe not an amazing pilot, but a pretty good, like, research. But anyway. They've also got a passion for ranching. I don't feel like putting Zed into anything else other than ranching makes sense. That being said, we could have one of them do a side in operating, so they ranch and then operate. I mean, we could make Turner do that. I mean, they're decreased morale bonus from more like decor. I don't know if I care about that. Definitely don't care about the caregiver medicine. Kitchen menace doesn't matter. We already have someone who's on grilling. Husbandry, creativity. I think we kind of gotta bring Turner online. If we wait much longer to get these last two dupes, they're really not going to be useful at all. We really should try and get people online. Let me just take one quick peek. So, husbandry, creativity. So, they definitely can't cook. So, if we need somebody to cook, Ashcan's got a passion in grilling. Ada could go into grilling if we actually absolutely had to. I mean, when we take our hands off, we might actually have her help with the cooking. Because we're not going to need builders going into taking our hands off the keyboard. Same thing with Barb. Like, Barb could go into just about anything. Like, they're only really good at research, but when we take the hands off, they're not going to be researching. So, we got to think about that. Same thing with digging. There's going to be no reason for digging. We could put Julie into farming. We're going to have to do a right before end brain wipe on everybody, because without being actively engaging with the colony, we don't need builders, we don't need diggers, we don't need researchers. The only things we need is people running on the wheels, tending the animals, and tending the crops. We need hamsters, farmers, and ranchers is what we need. Other than that, and cooks. Hamsters, farmers, ranchers, and cooks. Can we give you a hat? Improved tinkering? Alright, we'll give Ada a hat. All Ada does is run, but that's fine. And if anybody wants to name a pawn... Hey, Sweetney, you have a name redemption... Oh, that's right. I was trying to actually figure something out. You have a name redemption for Epidemus from the mini-base playthrough, and I think I'm probably going to continue with that playthrough, but probably not as, like, a main thing. Maybe, like, once or twice a week or something like that. Okay, so Ada could go into cooking if need be. Ashcan's in cooking. So the new guy... I mean, Zed is going to stay in ranching, but if we have two ranches, it might be worthwhile to have somebody else.
And it doesn't matter, like, any of them can go into doing anything, right? I mean, if we had a few cycles left, we could make them an artist for a little while, but husbandry, creativity, really none of the characteristics I absolutely need. So that being said, could Zed pivot? No, but we could definitely give them both an aside. Yeah. We're gonna have to take them. You mean that I can rename a character in this playthrough? If you wanted to. If you want to stick with the mini-base one, I've got you in queue for the mini-base one for Epidemus. But since we're doing this now and more likely to take on dupes, plus we have a few to name, if you wanted to swap it over to here, you could. If not, we'll keep it in the queue for the mini-base, because I think I'm going to continue it. I just don't know when. Husbandry, creativity. I guess you come on the team. Seems like an odd fit, but unfortunately, we got to take what we can get. They're not terrible. They can't cook, but we have 2 other people who can cook in theory, and we shouldn't need more than 1 cook for this colony. At the moment, we don't even need that. I'll stick with this one because I want to see the chaos. Just name me anyone that's good at tending with the animals. With this one? You want me to put somebody in this one, or do you want me to put someone in the mini-base one? This is the 100-cycle hands-off challenge. Then there's the mini-base map. Turner. Priority in ranching. Secondary in farming. I'd like you to operate next. Should I just down-tick everything else? Yeah. Let's be real particular here. Like, I want you to... Attacking can stay flat. I want you to ranch first, farm second, then operate, then you can do everything else. So these are the top 3 priorities. Everything else is at the same level. We might uptick something else later on. Ranching, farming, and operating. Oh, no, wait. Ranching, farming. Yeah, okay. Those are in the right order for them. And we go into their skills. Because right now they can't ranch. So we're going to put them into improved farming because we need that to get them into ranching. And then Zed can have a similar setup. Priority, where is Zed? Zed is ranching first, and then Zed is tidying. Oh, Zed's doing a lot of side work, so it probably does help. I guess at this point we are essentially looking for someone who can do life support and tidying, and then side and operating. Everybody has to side and operating in this one. Now, with them farming and operating, can we get these turned on, please? Can we get the wheels turned on? We got a lot of people who want to use the gym. Not actually, though, huh? Learning the skill at the printing pod. Okay, God, you're slow. Alright, so let's do this for this box over here. The current one we're doing right now. Okay. Fantastic. Do you want me to just name somebody after you, or do you want me to name them Epidemus? Or do you want me to name them something else? Sorry that I'm not good at communicating. Thoughts. Blah. We need so much building done. me actually save this where I can put it on the other screen. Okay, so then I can put that back up there. And down in here, we can snag the picture. There it is. And that can just kind of hang out over here. Because I don't need to see my face on the stream, even though you guys do. Okay, so essentially, that's going to be like that. Okay. Now, Aquatuner is a thing. Atmosuit docks. Refined metal. And we are definitely refining metal. Now, I was putting an airlock here, but I don't actually think I need it. Killer earned a skill point. Ada's got a skill point. You haven't even been with us that long. I think we just keep putting her down into machinery, right? I mean, she's running. Does that, like... Maybe we put her into... Oh, you know what? Let's... Mechatronics engineer. Because we'll have her build, but we'll get her into mechatronics, and then we'll have, like, one or two into improved construction. So, yeah, we get a mechatronics engineer out of her. I didn't even see that in my brain. Okay, now killer. Do I need demolition? There's a little bit of stuff that's kind of in the way, but can we work around it? You know what? Let's go into improved carry 2. And if we need demolition, we'll go into that somewhere else. You can be in improved farming for now, Turner. Alright, I think you want to name somebody Epidemus in this playthrough. And I might be crazy, but I think that's what it is. I guess let's name Turner Epidemus. Turner strikes me as an Epidemus. Where are you, Turner? I'm like a T-Rex. I can't see if there's no movement. There he is. Turner. Epidemus. Okay. So, if you want me to change that name to something else, I'll change it to something else. But henceforth, until such a decree by the great Sweetney, Turner will be known as Epidemus. There is too much to do. Everything is too much to do. Somebody turn this goddamn thing on. Alright, I need runners. Somebody run. Alright, there are people going to run. Excellent. See, this is what we need. This is exactly what we need. Just a healthy colony of runners. We'll eventually link them into the main grid. I think we can automate the Drecos. If we have a glossy and a regular Dreco farm going, and we have the pickups and drop-offs set proper, we might be able to automate that whole system. I think I can get that done. even with the natural ranches we got going on here. We'll have to make a few minor adjustments. Like, we'll have to get rid of that little nub there and then fill it in somewhere else. Yeah, I think we put this at a 6 as well, just to make sure stuff gets put into there. I mean, the bomb lily's got to stay at a good temperature. Otherwise, we run into problems here. We don't have pips to naturally plant mealwood up there. So if we can't get those bomb lilies back online, that's going to cause us a little bit of trouble. We'll have to have some sort of something dealing in there. And then, see, I want to say we're going to go into bristle blossoms, but with 95 degree at best heat, like, we can get that shit down to 95 degrees. I don't doubt that at all. We could even hook up a cold injector that's even on the same line as our main base, as long as it's essentially after the base. Do I want to set up... I mean, a heat injector is probably the best bet, so... Give it a little bit of space. Use some temp shift plates, which we could snag some diamond. What do you think the optimal number of dupes are? I mean, I don't want to say it depends, but it kind of depends, right? Like, for this playthrough, I would say 8. When Zed was like, we should have a minimum, what do you think about 6? I was like, I think 8 is a better number, just because, like, you can kind of hit all of the jobs. Because, like, think about it. Digger, builder, researcher, operator, hauler, cleaner, artist, doctor. 8 dupes. I mean, at least that's the way I think about it. There could be... we are researching. Okay, we are still researching. I had to check on that real quick. Alright, so we've got enough running to keep those batteries reasonably put together. Then everybody else is doing other stuff. We're shearing stuff. Now, I mean, if I was going to live on this planet for real, I'd probably go up to at least 16. It's big enough to sustain a larger colony size. Maybe... I mean, I don't want to say 24. And I'm going in, like, batches of 8, because every 8 is another submerged hydra. So, like, if you have 8, you have 1 submerged hydra. That should produce plenty of oxygen for all of them, right? You have, as soon as you go to 9, you need more oxygen. So once you go to 9 and you add another module, you've actually got enough room for another 8 dupes. In fact, at that point, you could have 17 dupes and still have just a smidge, just a few grams of oxygen left over from that point even. So if you err on the side of caution, because it puts out 8.88 basically, so you've got almost enough for a 9th dupe off of a single electrolyzer setup, but not quite. I could also put, like I said, I am very, very tempted. Oh, that's right. I was going to have them just demolish and then risk it for the biscuit over there. Just run in and snag a few certain resources. I'm probably going to actually have them do that. We're gonna set up a... Yeah, we'll set up a box right there. And that'll be for, like, fossil and lead that we want from outside. And we'll just have them go in here, because it's so freaking close, right? I mean, they'll probably get scalded, though. Ugh. Just... We might have to set up a second dock situation there. How much refined material do we have? Do we have enough to build any of the things we need? Atmosuit checkpoint? No, we could totally build that. but I think we got to build the docks first. Let's make sure we make those out of copper. I'd say... God, I don't even think we need 2. Like, who's going to be out here? The digger. The digger is going to go out here. I don't see us needing anybody else to go out here, except for maybe the hauler. I'll give it a 2-suit situation for now. Now, what I was doing over here, we gotta get a situation going, right? So I'm gonna say probably about here. We might move this guy. In fact, I think we will move that guy here. Or add another one, so it's right next to this thing. In fact, just to be extra ridiculous, we're gonna put it right there. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna snag pipe. And... so, if it... No. Other way. Other way. Oh my god. I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. Hold on. Alright, it has to go into that thing, so either way, stuff has to go a certain way. So, if it is oxygen, we want it to go that way. So, this goes into there. The sensor goes... more or less, it goes here. The shutoff will go here. And then the overflow will go there. And so, from here... we need to do that. And you are going to go there. And automation is just going to go there. Our water supply is definitely getting to be a little on the toasty side. Not a great thing. Center of our base is getting a little toasty too. Why have we not moved this thing? Let's get the let out, people. Okay, gas pipe element sensor being researched. Yeah, because eggshells is not going to get us where we need. We need that fossil. So this system is more or less a fossil prospect. I've done these on that playthrough. Now, should we try and set up for heat? Should we really try and set up for heat over here? I don't think we need to. I don't even think we need the liquid lock anymore. What gases are over here? Vacuum, carbon dioxide, chlorine gas in a pit down there. I don't even think we need this. This is essentially unnecessary at this point. I'm gonna deconstruct that. I'll leave it like that, just in case we change our minds, but I don't see a reason to do anything more than that. And in fact, since that's the case, we can even put in that checkpoint. No, not out of iron. Not out of iron. God damn it, game. Oh, because we don't have enough copper to do it at the moment. This is copper ore. That is copper ore. Copper. Okay. I mean, if there's too much oxygen, these things will get overpressured, but with us pumping it into the suits... And that's the other thing, right? Like, the SPOM has to feed the suits, so having 8.8 dupes worth of oxygen, and you having 8 dupes, then that other 0.8, that kind of gives you that little breathing room to fill up the suits. They go in the hydrogen room, they get the thing. Okay. Yeah, I would really like to make everything out of gold, but I feel like we're basically just going to have to rush into a whole bunch of steel. We're going to have to rip out as much fossil as we can in here. Yeah, we are going to essentially end up on primarily dupe power. I'm tempted to link it in right now, but that would put a lot of heavy watt in a place. I mean, it's going to be ugly up there no matter what we do, so they're not going to enjoy that. Slap that bad boy down there. We are going to need power. Alright, we got the gas pipe element sensor. We got those things. I don't think we need an OR or an AND gate, so we don't got to go down that route. We don't need any more of this decor stuff unless we're, like, very ready for that. Space stuff, no. None of that stuff. We don't need the refinery or the desalinator, provided, of course, we get those glossy Drecos spun up properly. I think the only things we have left are the steam turbine, which gets us conductive wiring and all of that, which would probably be good to set up, prevent a lot more overloads. I don't think we need anything from up there. Up in the food section, we don't need the polymer press. I mean, we're foregoing a lot and banking a lot on those glossy Drecos. It's a bet I'm willing to take, but not one that's like necessarily the best. We could go into automation, which I think if we go into automation, that would be a good thing, and we can go into applied sciences. I would say let's go into applied sciences, but I honestly don't think we have the power to support it just yet. We don't have the power to support anything. We have to get into steam turbines, though. I think we let Barb do the research out on this as far as they can with basic. I mean, there's no... we need both, right? It doesn't matter what order we do it in. Let's do the applied sciences research first.
because that way we can put it up as soon as we can bring it online. We need refined materials. We need radiation. Yeah. So we might have to pull some trickery just to make this work properly, because if we're going to use the shine bug that's on the map, or if we're going to make any attempt to actually... We could try and farm them, I suppose. Boost critter happiness. We could play around with the new critter buildings in theory. No. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Bare essentials. Bare essentials. So we need to go into... what is that called? Renewable energy. We could put solar up, too. I mean, we could kind of like crack into space and hold our breath for a second, put some solar up. Well, we'll think about that as an option. So we want to grab automation out to here. And we want to grab this. So those are the three things we need to go down the path of. We need to get rad bolt generation, we need to get automation, and we need to get this. So we've got 6 more researches to do to get what we need, and one of them has just that little bit of rad bolt research to get it done. We might actually be able to manual rad bolt some of that action, if I'm not entirely mistaken. And we can try and... Yeah, the manual rad bolt might be... We only need 20 of the research. We might be able to eke by with a manual rad bolt generator. Just use some of that uranium ore, generate it with dupe power, get the research done ASAP, and then freaking jettison to the other side of the planet. Well, not really jettison to the other side of the planet, but... Alright, uranium ore. Let's check something. Slow heating. Okay, so it doesn't increase overheat temperature. So we really do have to rush to as much steel as possible. Now, how much do I think the heat is going to transfer through there? Yeah, we really... Okay. I changed my mind, everybody. We will do what we can. We will do what we can to keep this a vacuum, and then set up a setup where... okay. Fair enough. And if I remember anything worthwhile, we're going to set up a little switch here. This will be a remnant of Sky God, but I want to switch there in case we need to turn on or off that checkpoint real quick in case of emergencies. I don't want to be waiting for a dupe to come and disable it. I want to just be able to flip that switch and disable it myself. Ada's running, Ashcan's running. There is so much work to get done here. Now, we told Turner, who is now Epidemus, to run, to farm and then run. Barb. Improved carry, maybe? I mean, you do tinker a lot. You've got 7 in machinery, 5 in athletics, 16 in science. I mean, carry means you'll bring more water to the supercomputer. There is that. Yeah, everybody benefits from improved carry, I think. 2 strength, 400 kilo carry capacity. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Everybody's got good morale. That nature reserve, and that was a good call, Real Barb, if you're out there. Real Barb was like, you know, there's a nature reserve. There was actually like 2 nature reserves worth of plants down here, but we kept the one that keeps it in our hallway. That way, whenever they come out of the bathroom, the barracks, the Great Hall, they're going through the nature reserve. So they should get that nature reserve bonus every day consistently. We got a lab here, so the lab's increasing our research speed. Between the barracks, the washroom, the Great Hall, and the nature reserve, we got plenty of morale to do whatever we want, essentially. I mean, at this point, just do it forever. I mean, when we start getting way too much copper on hand, we'll stop worrying about it. But same thing with, I kind of feel like telling them to do everything forever. I mean, maybe not necessarily the best idea. No. You've had better ideas, Nether. How much copper do we have? 470. This gets us 100 kilos. That would get us another ton. I think a ton of copper. How much of this? We have, how much iron? 735 kilos. Not nearly enough for our needs. So we're definitely going to need probably a good 20 batches of this at least. A lot of it's just going to get turned into steel. I mean, we need a lot of steel. If we're going to make sure that this whole operation is sound, we need to get steel for our 2 pumps, our 3 pumps and our electrolyzer for our electrolyzer setup, as well as the 2 hydrogen generators. I know, like, if we had gold, I'd build them out of gold and I wouldn't even sweat. But I feel nervous building them out of copper. So, it's... I think we can get enough steel. Is it going to cause a lot of problems with... Is it going to cause a lot of problems in theory? Yeah, but... How much do we have? Doesn't matter. We could use some heat up here. Let's get like 20 batches of refined carbon out of there. There's just so much building queued up in so many locations that it's not even reasonable for it to all get done in any type of time frame here. Could definitely use another dedicated runner so we could get Ada building. We need more building going on here. I mean, I'm glad everybody's super happy. I'm glad we've usually got somebody building. We're using our limited resources. I mean, we've got 28 tons of coal, which should be enough to keep us refining what we need to refine. I don't anticipate being able to live on coal for too long if we patched it into our main grid, but we can definitely use it to make sure that we can keep our refining going till the point we need it. Because refining is another thing, like, why have them refine after we take our hands off? What are we going to do with the refined metal? So that's all, like, going to go offline. Like, at a certain point, those coal generators in that refinery are just whoop, in the garbage. And we could stick in a bunch more batteries there, so we get a lot more running and a lot more evening out of our power, in theory. Put some heavy watt wire in there. They're not going to be happy about the decor, but maybe we can, like, not give a shit. It's the long and the short of that answer. That's good. Yeah, kill that thing, make some barbecue. Looks like Killer's got some copper in his hands and is heading towards some stuff that needs work with copper. I'm just realizing that we should have that in there and that in there. Okay, good. We can get a couple of exosuits going. We've got Sparkle streaking. We've got everybody very excited to be alive. Everybody's very excited to be alive. It's really fantastic to see. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. I'm looking around. How much iron ore do we have? 13.8 tons. It's not bad. It's not like we need to go running around trying to get more iron in our lives, but... I mean, that temperature is going to be what it's going to be. There's not really anything we can do about it. Eventually we'll get our cooling set up, or we'll die trying. 25%, we're at 36 cycles. I think we got that around 32. It's going to be tight. Kind of everything needs to get done, but, I mean, this doesn't need to get done until that egg is ready to hatch. I mean, that's why I'm not overly worried about the fact that this hasn't gotten built yet. Okay. I don't need any more. I was like, oh, I could queue up more work. I don't need more work queued up. What I need is the work I have queued up to be done. Now, this stuff isn't getting done because we've got a ladder here, but we were going to put ladder system here, so... We'll do that so they can actually get at some of this action over here, which is going to be a whole thing in and of itself. The pedestal trick is just such a good trick. I think, was it Lifo that taught us that? I can't remember who taught us that, but... Let me know if you guys remember. I don't remember anything, as a general rule. Let's have 3 Atmos suits, and then let's repair Atmos suits forever. We've got 2 units of reed fiber. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I don't have these doors open. Oh, I think it was because I didn't want anything that printed out of the printing pod to go into the crop area, if I remember correctly. I'm honestly not sure what to do. We're getting to that point where, like, the first half hour or the first half of stream, usually up until like 4 or 5 hours, 4 to 4.5 hours, I'm usually pretty like on the ball as to what we need to do. After the initial plan is accomplished, I start getting a little like, what now? Because they still got work to do. We have more calories coming in than we... Oh, I guess it's because we are killing some stuff. I don't know. I feel like this is more than enough. Like, this is not nearly enough mealwood to feed everybody, but our calories seem to just keep going more and more positive, and I don't have any restrictions except don't eat raw food. So, we've got a lot of pickled meal. We've got muckroot barbecue, and we've got meal lice that we can cook. Although we do have 7 people... So 1,000 calories each. So, okay, so we got about 10 cycles of food on hand. I mean, that's not a bad buffer. We don't have to worry too much, I suppose. God, I need to get so much done. I need to get so much done. I mean, look at it this way, though. Barb is almost done with research. I'm used to Julie being research because Julie was research many times in our colony. Where can we put Radbolt research? I'll worry about that in a second. Hopefully this is our 8th dupe. We don't really need the calories, which is awesome. Strength, strength, excavation, dress to impress, green thumb, slow learner. How slow? Oh. Oh, I don't like that. Science, dress to impress, caregiver, biohazardous. Everybody wants to be smart. That except for Nicola, who's got good everything except he's an idiot. I mean, I think Rowan is the only possibility. And, like, we're not going to stress him out, so duress to impress is not worthwhile. We have somebody else who can pivot into medicine. We don't need the science research. I'll wait another 3 cycles. We'll take the bristleberry. More calories after I was just like, I think we have too many calories. I mean, I guess it's going pretty good. So yeah, guys, what is today? Today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. Then there's Saturday. All of the food, right? How you doing, Lefty? Welcome in. So, I would like to get some more Satis in this week. I'd also like to do some Nightingale. So I'm thinking tomorrow and Saturday we'll do Satis and Nightingale. I'll decide which one when we do that. And then next week we'll have like 2 or 3 days on this. What I'm thinking is it's probably going to be 3 more days of streaming this. 2 more to get most of the work done, and then that last one, it'll be day 5 doing this, will be to finish up the last few cycles and watch the chaos, see how long it goes. And at that point, that might be a stream I, either call early or we might stop streaming after and then start up a new stream later on. Take a little break after that and then go from there. But when we do take hands off, we'll watch it for a minute on regular speed, but there's no reason we can't kick up the speed at that point. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen, whether it happens in slow motion or fast forward. I can't tell. I think our glowy boy laid an egg somewhere and died.
Because I do not... Oh, no, it's over there. And I see another one down here. I actually think this used to be more than one, but it got overcrowded because we didn't get to it. I kind of prefer not to crack into there and let all the hydrogen out of there. But I guess it doesn't matter. It should theoretically eventually filter its way up to the top, but... We've got our natural Dreco ranches. I think we could automate the Dreco ranches. Problem comes into, like, how much of everything... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, there's no reason to be stingy with resources, right? Like, if we have the resources to do something, it's fine. The big resource we don't have control over is time, but, you know, we'll use that time appropriately. Our dupes are just going to get faster and faster at everything they do, so... Look at Epidemus running like an idiot. Look how happy he is, just running all day. Ada's not amused. She's like, get this grinning idiot away from me. So the reason I want to get some Satis and some Nightingale in is I've got a few things I'm working on in both games. Now that the factory on the power side is working, I'd like to get in there and throw back in some of our style that we had. Not do the final aesthetic sweep, but, like, get, like, actual power pillars in there instead of just, like, poles strewn about all over the place. I didn't even bother to give them individual poles. I put down a Mark III pole, connected 2 blenders and 5 refineries, then went down the line and did it again. So, like, I'm not even doing anything remotely, like, straightforward as far as... I don't even know what I'm talking... I'm not even doing anything remotely like, this is final. So I'd like to get some of the glass in, put in some of the supports for the pipes to make it look less like they're floating in midair. You know, kind of just get the factory floor enclosed the way I want it enclosed. That honestly shouldn't take too much time, all things said and done. So... in addition to that, we have to rework the other side of the factory. We've got to figure out how we're going to send all of the solid resources, namely the polymer, over to the other side, which I'm glad we dropped it down for that. It looks good. I'm not going to say it doesn't look good. It's a good looking factory. It's just not exactly what I was trying to do, you know? So we'll roll with it. And we'll do some other cool stuff. I'm not sure if the power we put in is going to be the final power. If we find a good design for it, cool. You know, then it can be the final power. If we don't find a good design for it, for now, let's switch this off. We're going to put deliver suit and deliver suit over here. Wait, is that... Yeah, we're switching that off so they can get past and build the things I want them to build over there. Do we have the gas pipe element sensor now? We have the hydro, atmo, thermo. Got the thermo regulator, stations. What did we snag? Okay, material study is here. Ventilation, gas pipe element sensor, out of copper. Right there. Thank you very much. That'll get that system up and running. It's going to suck a bit of power, but that's fine with me. Radiant pipe so we can get some cooling stuff placed in our situation. Sorry. Can't even speak today. Can't even speak. And that is good there. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So that is a thing. Now the concern with this up here is the temperature, right? This thing needs 35 to 80 degree temperature. So right there, I'm a little concerned because we've got all this cold up here. We could actually... I was going to say, we could just run a rotating pipe to, like, snag the chill from up here. And exchange it with this place down here. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Hang on a second. Hang on a second, hang on a second, hang on a second. We've got radiant pipes, right? And we need this place to be a little toastier. And we've got some cold coming in. What kind of heat are we generating down here? 28. So the problem is it wouldn't actually cook down here to the 35, but we could run the pipes up here. And just kind of legitimately suck out some of that cold. Little natural... Is it worth the time? No, 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 no. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the time. We'll come up with other answers. %. So yeah, not gonna have it by cycle 40 like I would have liked, but definitely gonna have it before cycle 50. Then it starts multiplying. By cycle 60, 70, we should have plenty of them, which means by then we'll have shaved them a few times. I'm confident that we're not gonna have to make plastic out of oil, which really cuts down on time. Okay. I'm going to plug this in, because it doesn't matter at the moment. Running idiots, powering the whole base. Run the whole base on dupe power. That's the way of the future. Very sustainable. Honestly, if I hadn't put those coal generators down, we probably could have gotten super sustainable on this playthrough, but realistically, I didn't see any other way we were going to have enough power to run refineries as hard and fast as we've been doing it. What are you? You're grooming people. Okay, you're grooming people. I don't know what else we can have them do. Them building that second ranch is just as important as anything. I guess we gotta start getting this sorted, but I've kind of already started to get that sorted. Like I said, realistically, we need steel to do just about every build in this game. So... we're going to need... So, I think where we're going to slide in is, like, finalizing up automating the Dreco ranches. I don't think that's going to come anytime, like, super duper quick, right? So... I'm looking for radiation spots. Sorry, guys. It occurred to me, I'm like, where are we going to do radiation? I kind of feel like the answer is over here somewhere. Because we can have our researcher come in and go up and not risk getting shot in the head. My initial thought process is to put it somewhere like here, but we're going to need this space for shit up here. Like, there's a lot of stuff we got to get done up here, so I don't want to overcrowd this area. We're going to need incubators for the 2 farms. We're going to need an evolution chamber for the eggs and meat. There's a lot of... And then we're going to need whatever batteries and power generating facilities we have up here. Okay. Research. I think I didn't grab into that research. Let's go into automation now. And then after that, we'll go into the sustainable, renewable energy.
I've still got them building a few pieces of things that they can get to, so they're going to do that in theory. We might set up a second dock over here to go and grab this stuff, but if we can kind of snag what we need from over... Like, we haven't seen the rest of this oil biome. There's fossil, there's fossil, like, fossil... There's a decent amount of lead, which we could end up using to augment our refined materials, because lead counts as a refined material. So there's a lot we can get done if we crack in over here. We're just going to end up having to do some math to see if we've got enough fossil and iron coming out of there. Because we can also, like, just kind of tuck down in here, snag that iron, that big deposit of iron there. There's some iron there. And if we have to, we can come down here and get fossil too. It's a bit more of a dig than coming over here. But, you know, building the Atmos suits and stuff to fuel them with oxygen and power over here versus spending a little extra dig time over here, I honestly couldn't tell you which one was going to take more time. So really it depends on what opens up in these last few tiles over here. Does this thing dip down and we get a nice little like bubble of stuff here? How far out does the wall come? Is it one of those walls that's like nice and neat and tight up as far to the left as possible? Or is it sticking all the way out to right here and we've got no biome beyond this? It's, you know, we got a few things we got to do. This guy we need to remove from there. And then we need to put a little water on top, and then we got to build and break some blocks. Actually, we didn't need this. We could have absolutely... Never mind. Never mind. Never mind at all. We can work on those a little bit too. We need one more dupe. And that's the thing. So, yes, minimum of 8 dupes by cycle 100. So there's 2 schools of thought on that, I would think, right? Your dupes... You want to wait till as late as possible to get them so you're fully prepared and you don't have as many people to feed and deal with, so etc. Problem with that is you also don't have as many hands to keep the machine going. I think the best way to approach it is to try and get the dupes as early on as possible, because when you bring them on right off the bat, they're going to be slow. They don't have like a lot of skills, so you got to level them up. So if you want your dupes to actually be leveled up into the stuff you need for the base to be like more easily sustainable when you take hands off, you got to kind of get them as quick as possible. I would say you want all 8 dupes by at the latest cycle 50. Like at the latest cycle 50. Like you see how long it's taking our dupes to level up? I kind of wish I had gotten to all 8 by cycle 30. If we can get there at cycle, whatever it is, 49 or 50, whatever the next cycle is that we get a printable, I think it's 39. So if we can get our last dupe at cycle 39, I'd say that's a pretty good win right there. Now this is going to be a little overpressured, isn't it? Oh, that's terrible. There are 2 ways to get down there, so okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something that's a little frustrating, but it's gonna ensure this system actually works. We're gonna do that. God, this pedestal thing is just a thing. Get those built. Salt water, we're going to empty. High priority on that SOB. I'd like to get these areas a little swept out. Just for my own sanity. What we're going to have to do is, since we've got 3 of these bad boys going, we're producing plenty of oxygen, but that means this is going to be overpressured. So we're going to just drop a little bit of water in there just so this vent can't overpressure. That way it'll make sure that we don't accidentally... We can't afford to be pumping the wrong elements into these Atmos suits over here, so... We've got 1 ton of copper to play with, which is good, but not amazing. Barb is hitting the research nice and hard.
You're coming over here to do that. I'd like water over here. Let's do that at a high priority so that I can watch it happen, because we don't need an absolute butt ton of water, but we need water. And I'd like to keep an eye on it because we need to shut it off. The other option is to do the pedestal trick and put water on top, but small amount of water down here, fine. I'd like a little bit more of the water up here. Yeah, I forgot the sweeping areas right here. The reason I thought to like stick storage right down here near the Atmosuit stocks, it's gonna look ugly out here anyway, and then once we get to a certain point, we're not gonna allow people out anyway. So this is, they won't have any reason to go here. They won't have any reason to go here. And then the rest of the base is what it is. Like I said, if we have enough time at the end, I'll gladly slap down a bunch of statues everywhere. Like, that's the one thing I am willing to do, is right at the end, spec somebody into art, and then just slam down statues and wallpaper everywhere. And they can build statues and wallpaper while we wait to see if they die or not. You know what I mean? Okay, so that put water here. How much water? Oh, okay. So they're enable auto bottle. There we go. Enable auto bottle. That's what I needed to put on. And the ant farm continues. I'm absolutely blown away with how much can be done in 38 cycles. I remember thinking back, like, I was watching Francis do a playthrough, right? And he was on, like, cycle 50 or something, and he's like, we should have put in these fire poles ages ago. And I was like, really? Like, I thought you were pretty early on the fire poles. Like, that's amazing. Ashcan. Yeah, everybody goes into improved carry. Ashcan can actually go into mechatronics engineering as well, in theory. Critter ranching. God, every dupe can benefit from improved carry in general, because they're going to be carrying. I'm watching Zed. Yeah. I'm watching Zed carry tiny pieces of sandstone. It's actually a nice amount of water. I don't think we need any more of that. What I think we need to do is then build that tile there. And for good measure, we build a door there. Okay. I remember how to play this game, guys. I remember how to play this game. For my own sanity, because the eventuality is there that we'll need to have them just left on sweeping and mopping to finish out the game. So our main priority at the moment is to get that liquid lock system built out. And because we should just insulate against the heat. Just save ourselves that little bit of trouble. It's not that much extra work. So once this gets put together, we'll start breaking out these tiles over here. We'll corner build that so we don't let any of these gases into our vacuum that's going to be in the middle here. We'll do the same trick over here. So they'll have to go out in the vacuum and hold their breath while they put stuff in the pedestal and pump. But that'll get us a basic double liquid lock. As long as the water doesn't boil, we shouldn't have a problem, but nothing out here is producing temperatures over 100 degrees. I mean, by the time this like 89, 90 degree stuff starts to spread out, it's not going to be nearly that. So we have really no risk of 100 degree temperatures boiling the water. So that should actually insulate against heat, because the heat will touch the water from the atmosphere, yes, but there'll be a vacuum in here, which means we're not going to be transferring heat. I mean, there'll be the tiniest bit of heat transferred through the insulated tiles. But I mean, I'm talking probably thousands of cycles before that even starts to sneak into the base. And even if it does, our cooling system that we should have in place is gonna absolutely annihilate it anyway. So, okay, so we've got some stuff in here. So we can dig this out and dig that out. That way they'll be able to corner build that. Then they'll be able to get to this stuff over here. That should all be vacuum because air can't occupy stone. We put this at a 6 because we want this before we want the, like the crusher, the smelter, and the Atmosuit forge. Actually, this thing should be put at around a 7. Especially when it comes to repairing Atmosuits. We want this done ASAP. Before the smelting, before the crushing. We can get to that stuff. We want Atmosuits repaired immediately. The only things that are above that are like, you know, the stuff to breathe, which we need for the Atmosuits anyway. We're going to put, you know what, let's put regular water here. It doesn't matter what we put here. Let's put that on a high priority so somebody drags it on over. Then we can turn on our suit situation and start filling up our suit docks. And as soon as we get Atmosuits made, because we do have a little bit of reed fiber, we've got 2 units. How many is required for an Atmosuit? 2 units of reed fiber. So we've got just enough reed fiber to make 1 suit. I thought we sheared more of these guys. Did we not? Do we not have access? Did we shear it and not have access? Or am I insane? Because to me, it looks like we have at least 3 naked Drecos there. So shouldn't we have 3 reed fiber at the very least? Interesting. And right now I'm thinking about how we're going to make a shine bug reactor. Because we're going to have to pull some trickery to convince them that they're in a good spot. I don't even think I would do it. I would just put a grooming station in there, and if they got overcrowded, they got overcrowded. But that's some heat right there, because we need it near the research facility. Okay, I guess I'm not quite ready to get into that nonsense just yet. But that is something we got to get sorted. I'm going to let them continue working on the Dreco Ranch before that, because 34% incubation. God, it's going to be close on that plastic. So in general, we don't have enough power to run that exosuit forge. They're going to work at it. It's going to, yeah, it's going to run us out of power. I see what's going on here. So we need to, we need somebody to work at the exosuit forge while we have other people running on the hamster wheels. This is getting draining. Okay, so now that that's built, let's get that broken. Let's get salt water over here. This is vacuum, right? Excellent, excellent.
almost got our first suit. Alright, we have a suit. So that's fantastic. And this is set to oxygen. This is going to get done shortly. I mean, everything is going according to plan. I mean, that plan is a little terrifying, but at least it's a plan, right? 39 cycles, so we've got 61 cycles left. We've got our Atmos suit docks up. We've got our first Atmos suit made. I think they're making another one. Oh, the reason we only had 2 reed fiber is because 2 had already been delivered to the Atmos suit dock, so it looks like we have 2 Atmos suits. Now that is gorgeous. Julie's working on the research. We've only got a couple of researches to go. The problem with the research is that rad bolt generator. Oh, I said something about manual rad bolts, didn't I? Alright, what does this do? Doesn't say how much you get per ore. Might be the only thing we can do, though. Like, if we put that there... Alright, hang on. Alright, so let's say... we put that there. And we put a rad bolt reflector there. And then we put this guy there. Right? We could drop all this down one. Doesn't matter though, right? Yeah, I think manual rads is probably our best bet. We'll put that there. That there. And that there. And that should put that out of the way of everything that we have going. Now the question is the actual power for it. How much does that station cost? Because that station is a little pricey power-wise. 120 watts. But then what is the rad bolt generator? Or does that even require? I don't think it does because it's manual. And we're not using that. So we need 120 watts over to there. I hate to stress our main grid even more considering it's on duplicant power, but I gotta be honest, I'm not overly concerned. And quite frankly, I think we can just go right through here for now. What we'll do is, so that nobody actually goes over there, we'll go like that. And that gets our rad bolt station up and running. It does mean that if we're going to go the manual route, we need uranium ore. So we're going to have to do just a little bit of digging. We'll be able to get up there. Be able to snag that. And how do we want to deal with getting more? I don't really want to go up the central ladder because I'd like that radiation shielding. Doing it over here because there's not really much below that that's going to get affected by a little bit of radiation coming in.
That might bring us too close to the surface. We may even block in some of that. I feel like this is a juicy little nugget up here in our Dreco ranch. So can we... just... I mean, we'll wall it back in, of course. But, I mean, how do we say no? Like, this is our entire Radbolt research right there, basically. And we could block it back in. A little radiation never killed any dupe. I mean... It probably has, but... Okay, so that gets us to our manual Radbolt. We only need 20 Radbolt points of research. 20 points in the Radbolt research is all we need to get the steam turbines. So, once that's done, we can decommission that whole thing. That can just go right out the window. Yeah, automating the Dreco farms. I think with the pickup and drop-offs, though. Because we could make a room that's got, like, 4, 5, 6, however... I think we only need 4 incubators. 2 for regular Drecos, 2 for glossy Drecos. You know, we might as well do 1 of each farm, right? We automate the farms. We send all of the eggs into an evolution chamber. They hatch, they die, we get barbecue. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The one thing that I love to put in every base is a deep freezer, but I don't think we got time for that. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work that I don't think we're going to be able to sort out. I mean, maybe if we get ahead of some of our other goals here, maybe we can do that. But I need some priority on building over on this side, guys. Everything else needs to get built, but this really needs to get built over here. We need to get out. We need to get ourselves sorted. This can be removed. And that water can get emptied, high priority. Because that means we can start filling up our suit docks. Can we get a deep freeze going? Do you guys think that's even possible? I mean, we could stick a thermoregulator here. And when we've got a carbon dioxide pocket down here anyway, we could use carbon dioxide instead of hydrogen as a sterile gas in the freezer. We could put the deep freeze here. Because we don't necessarily have to do... Man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think we leave that on the list of if we have time projects. Because I don't think it's impossible to get that done, but we're trying to get a lot done in 61 more cycles here. I already don't have enough... Ooh, some water spilled over to that. That's not good. Because putting salt water in there is going to be a problem. Can I mop that? I can. Let's cancel that mop for now. How much is still in here? I think that should be okay. Alright, dupe number 8. Please dupe number 8. Excavation, machinery, innately stylish, plant murderer, building impaired. We've got enough farmers. Even though they're building impaired, we could swap Ada. Like, this one's operating. We could put them at high priority operating. Let Ada go into construction and focus on becoming a mechatronics engineer. I mean, at the end of the day, nobody's going to need to build anyway when we let this colony go. I think Lyra's our new, our 8th colonist, guys. Not an optimal dupe, but... Barb, what's up? Welcome back. I think Lyra's going to be our 8th colonist, guys. We're going to put her on running all day long. You have chips. I want chips. Oh, I think I have yogurt. I'll eat yogurt later. Yeah, let's. I never take building impaired dupes because long-term colonies, like, everybody winds up needing to build because you're building and rebuilding and ripping down over and over and over again. But that's not the case here. So let's get Lyra on the team. Let's get her a proper schedule of her own. Everybody gets their own schedule. I might actually even go through when we're winding down the cycles here and stagger it even more. I do this so that everybody gets a shot at the toilets. That's right, the toilets. The toilets. This is insanity. This is sheer insanity. Alright, Julie Pixels needs... Alright, they're a digger, but they can also farm. Everybody goes improve carry as their secondary trait. Lyra is going into tinkering. And Ada... Okay, so Lyra, you are definitely double upticked in that. Lyra had a 2nd in ranching, but we've got 2 ranchers, so Ada, you're never going to ranch again. Let's put your secondary from... Actually, let's put you building first, operating second. Everything else below that. We still have... Zed is ranching, tidying, life support. Okay, there will be adjustments to all of this throughout, but I think at the moment, Lyra operates first. What do we have you do second, Lyra? I guess dig second? Yeah, operate first, dig second, I suppose. But we want her on the wheels, and we want her helping refine stuff. We'll give her a hat, I suppose. Lyra, do you want a hat? You can tinker along with Ada. Oh, yeah, I would love some chips. Alright, we're up to 8 dupes. I'm not going beyond 8 dupes. I feel like 8 dupes is a pretty solid number of dupes to keep alive for a long time. Have about 10 cycles of food, just shy of 10 cycles of food for 8 dupes. We've got a lot of things. Our liquid lock is already going to break. Somebody's coming to build this, right? Someone's coming to build this? Good. I'd also like a little bit more water in here, in theory, but... Yeah, let's get some more water in here. High priority. High priority mop. Alright, Ada's already on top of it. And Lyra is already running. So yeah, if anybody wants to name dupes in this playthrough, name a colonist as a point redemption down there at the bottom. Feel free to pop one in. We're doing things and stuff, and I don't know how to function. I am very much considering the idea of using the carbon dioxide in here for a deep freeze. We could literally split this down the middle and put ingredients here and finished food here, and then just make sure that the sweeper for the ingredients only ever saw that. I mean, we're talking a lot of sweepers. We're talking a lot of automation here. Maybe I should just, like, not get too far ahead of myself on this, this whole journey. Maybe I should also keep an eye on this. Yeah, I know you're going to have to hold your breath while you build. Unfortunately, that's a thing. Zed number 2. I don't know what Zed's number 1 is, but go Zed. Are you ranching? You can ranch, can't you? You can ranch, you can ranch, you can ranch if you want to. Right. All right, 40 cycles in, and we're doing all right. I'm not thrilled with what we're doing here, but I do gotta say, it does worry me a lot about the filtration. Because infinite storage is not necessarily the easiest of things. Okay, so we're putting more water in here. I want this to be a reasonably solid liquid lock. Switch that to sweep only for now. That can go off. Pedestal, we need salt water. Select. That salt water that printed, that came in clutch. Like, we've used that for a few things, and we're continuing to use it for a few things. And then want that stuff swept out of there. Did we ever get anything in here? Nobody can get to that, huh? Wait. No, you guys can get to that, right? You can absolutely get to that. So why has nobody gone over there? Have I just prioritized everything else above my own well-being over there? Come on now. Do I not have anybody... I didn't select it. I clicked it, but I didn't select it. What a jackass. Did I do the same thing over here? No, I actually selected it there. Oh, look at that. We got some diamond, we got more iron, we got lead, we got a lot of fossil. Alright, this is gonna be wonderful. This is gonna be absolutely wonderful. Now what we're gonna do, we're also gonna queue up to do that down to there. And we can get rid of that. I mean, Ada's got to come a long way in order to get her build on, and she's kind of slow because we haven't had her long enough for her to get her speed up. We don't have research selected because I'm a jackass. I think that's the last research we need to go into. There's other optional researches, like decor and stuff we can go into. At the very end, I might spec somebody into art and just spam statues and just put up a whole bunch of stuff all over the base for them to build for decor, just for the giggles. I don't think we need anything else researched for this playthrough. Yeah, once we get into the steam turbines, the only thing I might do is go into basically large sculpting block. And then that would be it. That's the research over. And that, yeah, so we're at the point where... So 1 kilo equals 5 rad bolts. Okay. I think 1 rad bolt equals 1 applied science, right? So I kind of feel like we have enough uranium ore to make a few things happen. And that radiation is not really coming in hard. What do we got? We've got 250 kilos. What's the math I just said? 1 kilo to 5 rad bolts? Yeah, actually, let's not queue up this stuff up here. Oh, that is just obnoxious. Cancel all. And this is still 96 tiles. Wonderful. We're not using Drecos and Drecklets over there. They're staying over here. How many animals do we have? 4 of 7 with 2 more eggs. Gotta love to see it. Gotta love to see it. Remove. Water, empty at a 9. This is set to oxygen. Those things actually need power, but I think... Yeah, I did the nether thing, and I ran power up to, but did not connect to main grid, so that we didn't have any problems. Can mop over here so that they don't get soggy feet. This thing is going to go in that direction. I would love to have a deep freeze. I got to tell you guys, I would absolutely love to have a deep freeze. But that can't be a major concern right now. It just can't. Is that thimbleweed? No, that's muckroot. Okay. I mean, we seem to be reasonably on top of this. Food. I mean, automating the Drecos is our best chance at having sustainable food. Like, legitimately our best chance at having sustainable food. So... keeping them as natural as possible. See, this is going to end up being a problem, is the thing. All this cold. As crazy as it sounds, we might want to queue up insulating it soon. It would change the top shape of these Dreco farms, but I don't think it matters. Like, we need... we need that bomb lily to stay online. Like, as if we rely on Drecos, we have to rely on them existing. We could theoretically put bristleberry in there for them to eat on either side, but that would require water. And if, at that point, do we make the bristleberry for ourselves? I think the bristleberry for them would be a lot less, but then we'd have to get the chlorine out of there.
I don't know what's easier, keeping the bomb lily alive. Because we could run the base hot. We could run the base pretty hot. We don't have to have it be 25 degrees. We only need a base 25 degrees if we've got plants that are in the 10 to 30 degree range right here, right? Like, the dupes can be a little toasty. It could be 40 degrees in here. So we could run our cooling system at like 40 degrees and basically like loop this all in. I mean, don't know what the other option would be. I mean, that means that we're dedicated to the Draco life. You know, if the ranches go offline at that point, everybody starves to death. So, I mean, I think it's probably the most reasonable thing. And then the water gets pumped into the toilets and into... Dear God. Water gets pumped into the toilets and the oxygen maker. We don't even know what the output on this thing is, but we do need it to keep erupting, so we're going to have to get down into that business at one point. I still kind of feel like the best route is through here. And then we could, like, put this whole thing together. We will have to come down into here, but we could do it temporarily. Oh, do we have to set up atmosuit docks there? We might have to set up an atmosuit docks. Although... if this gets overpressured and this thing stabilizes below 70 degrees, which it might with the stuff around it, that's a tough call. It is a very tough call. Alright, we can't worry about that right this second. I guess we gotta let people do their thing. Okay, so then comes down the question of, like, how do we get the water on top of here? Because if we open it, it'll smash right next to it. I think the answer to this is pedestal here, that there, and one of these here. Then we drop that there and then let the water roll in. Might be what we have to do. We're gonna need to dig a lot of that out anyway. There's a crack there. Maybe that's a little extra food for us. Doesn't really matter. That thing is sorted, so we could theoretically put that on. Remove the salt water there. Empty the salt water, high priority. Alright, we have that third suit made. That's good. Okay, so let's do water. Let's enable auto bottle. Let's get the water on top of that. Because we are very much moments away from having Atmos suits working. It really shouldn't see anything else with that oxygen generator right below it, but in case it does, it can push it out through down to here. Okay, there's the CO2. Let's make sure that goes through. That looks like it's working. Now, to make sure they don't walk through there, let's do that. Can't put that there.
Actually, yeah. It's fine. They can walk through there. They don't really have to come through there very often. And that looks like our suits are getting filled up. Let's get the water in here for the double liquid lock situation. We'll have them sweep out the doorways just in case it's a problem. $27 kilos, 27 kilos, 27 kilos. That should be plenty for a liquid lock. Nothing else to do, drop water in there. I'm going to leave that there just in case we screw it up, but then that gets just deconstructed, all this stuff gets swept up. Do we have an auto dropper yet? We do. Where is our research? Still on the one before. Okay, so we don't need to turn that rad bolt generator on until it's what we need type of situation. We're almost done on research on this playthrough, and then Barb can join the rest of the colony in running and processing, building and digging. We're going to have to set up a skill scrubber at one point. In fact, this is a nice spot right down here that we can do that, just in case we need it sooner rather than later. A little bit of brainwash activity never killed anyone. Okay, there's not enough water there for this system to be perfectly sustainable. That's a problem. Let's cut that for a second. How much water is here? 1 kilo. That should push over to there. Let's try again. Kilos, huh? And it won't push over to here. Gotta love it. Alright, well, we're gonna have to risk it. We need those suit docks full. To risk it. Like I said, there shouldn't be too much carbon dioxide that gets into the line anyway, so... How is our temperature doing? Yeah, our main water supply is getting toasty as we take our reasonably chill water from the lower area and process it into... Okay. Not the worst things that could happen, guys. Not the worst things that could happen. There is no place for that stuff. Sweep only, all... Copy settings, copy settings. This can go boop boop. And I do kind of want them to be able to go across without walking through this, so we'll deconstruct that, because it's not going to get any better than that. I'm going to wait until they have all the random miscellaneous bottles of little bits consolidated in here before I do this one, because I want them to bring a full load of water there, and I don't want them to grab like a few grams here and there. Actually, let's just put a ladder there. And then they'll just hop over it. There you go. This is set on sweep only. That's set on sweep only. Okay. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this guy on a 7. And... generates 5 rad bolts. In theory, we need 20, I think. So let's do 25 just to be sure. Let's set this at like considerably high priority. Let's get that done. How far along is our glossy Drecklet egg? 43%. I'm worried. I'm very worried. That needs to be going faster. I'm tempted to even throw it in an incubator, but that's a lot of heat and a lot of power that we honestly just can't afford. We can't afford power on most anything. We need to keep the power consumption lean, and then we got to get to a certain point where, like, everything is pretty goddamn automated. So, this looks like it did what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted that to do. So we can mop that bit, we can deconstruct that bit, deconstruct that bit. I mean, this is going to take freaking forever to get done. All of this is going to take forever to get done. If we had gold amalgam, this thing would be built and running already. But since we got to wait to get to steel, in theory... our overflow of the water to the bristle blossoms is working. Our dupes are eating meal, pickled meal by the jar. And we're slowly but surely getting stuff done. Yeah, so guys, again, tomorrow and Saturday are going to be Nightingale and Satisfactory. I don't know which one we're going to do tomorrow and which one we're going to do Saturday. We used to do Satis on Saturdays for a little while. Saturday is usually like a puzzle game or something like that. That's the wrong button. There we go. But we took a break from puzzles. We were doing Satis on Saturdays, so
I kind of want to do Satis tomorrow, but I also kind of want to do Nightingale. So we'll see. We'll see what I get done this evening, and what's left to do coming into tomorrow, and we'll do one of each, one of whatever needs to get done. All right. So we're pumping on the rad bolt generator, right? Now it's 5 at a time, and I think we lose some going through the air, but we've got like the minimum distance. Oh, we didn't even have to use a reflector. All right, it gets all 5 of them. We could have put that up like a little higher and just, yeah, but that should. And then where is Barb? Barb is sleeping, but she should get up and come over and do rad bolt research the moment she's awake. We'll see if my math is right. Alright, guys. I am going to take another quick restroom break. Mother Nature. She's a-callin'. And I will put up the link to Bobby's music. If you guys are watching back the VOD, it'll be down in the description, along with links to all the other good stuff. So go check that out. Everybody who's here now, I'll be back in a few moments. Yeah, that's the end of that sentence. Full stop. See you in a sec. Alright, let's get duping. So, we haven't even hit the halfway mark. I'm going to hit save real quick just because I'm nervous for some reason. We haven't even hit the halfway mark. We're at 41 cycles. And I think we're about to send our people out. I'd like to get this sweeped out before we send our people going. There's something about having... So, we're going to have people walking back and forth. I don't think we're going to have anything hot enough to flash any of the water at any stage in here. But there's that part of me that's like, get the debris out of there. It's like literally the storage is right here. So get the debris out of there. And then start getting stuff done. Like, it's just a good idea. That way, if you spot debris in there, you know it's something they dropped, and if by any chance you're working with anything over 100 degrees, you'll spot it before the liquid flashes, hopefully. We don't have a lot of salt water down on the bottom there, so there's a chance that things could go wrong. We could double door this. Nobody's deconstructing this. There we go. Getting back to it. Okay. We could do kind of a triple liquid lock. We've got a little dot right there. We could put a block there and a block there. That's... It's a little too much. It's a little too much. Unnecessary. 10 rad bolts. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, yo. Barb. What's going on here? Why are you over here? You haven't done any rad bolt research yet, Barb. Why are you at this thing? Do you not have applied sciences, Barb? You have applied sciences, material study terminal. I specifically made a note to go into that. You awaiting rad bolts. Do you have to get to 100 for it to work? No. Do you need 10 rad bolts? How many rad bolts need to be in here for this to be a thing? Does it legitimately have to fill up to 100 first? Because that would suck. Oh, actually, right now, that gives us depleted uranium. Can we make aqua tuners out of no, we can't. Okay, so I was gonna say, what if depleted uranium works? Ooh, could we make you out of depleted uranium? No, out of ore. Okay, that's not a thing. What about electrolyzers? Uranium ore, which does not help anything. Okay. I was hoping maybe depleted uranium would be helpful. We could build that metal tile in a food situation if we wanted to irradiate the food a little, but... like, at a 9 priority, come over here. So you have to get to 10 for it to have any research. Okay. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. Barb is in the middle of researching at the supercomputer, though, because... Why? Barb. Come here. Please. Please do the thing that you're supposed to do. Okay.
Now, who is our main digger? That is Julie Pixels is the main digger. You've got all the digging, right? Is anybody else got an aside in digging? I don't think so. No, not at the moment. So Julie is realistically the only one that needs access out here. So we're gonna go in here. Default is nothing. Default is in. Julie has special permissions to go out. This goes on. That way the checkpoint is established. The first suit looks like it's got some air in it, so we can get this boat on the water. And I say we just go straight across here. Just like let's just get to the heart of the issue, why don't we? No sense, you know. No sense dilly-dallying. I'm not seeing any spore kids over here, which means we can strip this little pocket for all it's worth. There's more fossil up here. There's lead. We could tuck up in here and grab that, or we could drop down in here and grab this. There's a lot of good stuff going on here. A lot of good stuff. We'll let Julie work on that. What I will do is I'll do like, no, I want to do a low-level sweep command on the base, but anybody who's not doing something I need them to do, I'm going to need them to do other things. So we got 1 rad bolt research out of 10 rads or whatever it is. So we're going to need a lot of rads. So we're going to need 200 rads. One of these produces... So, I mean, like, realistically, let's just forever on this SOB, right? Like, we've got 245 kilos. This requires 1 kilo, and it makes 5 rad bolts. So, I don't see why we wouldn't just go. We've got 240 blasts at 5 apiece. That's plenty to get done a lot of research. Just solid amounts of research. And we got our digger going on, right? The only other person I might want to let outside... Oh, you are not into suit wearing. Oof. Julie. Okay, so... Julie is athletics -3 because she's in the suit. Oof, that is painful. Epidemus just stepped into their main role as a rancher. Okay. Yeah, Julie's a slowpoke. Who is hauling this place around? God, who is our designated hauler? Because I need to allow somebody else access to outside to move some stuff in. So, storing. Our best bet is Zed. We could also get Ashcan into this action. I mean, Ashcan is set to operate as a secondary. Everybody's got at least a secondary in operating. Who could we temporarily take away? Killer's the builder, right? We can't really have the builder stop building, although I don't know that we have too much from the build. You know what? We could let Barb do that at a certain point. Put her, because she's going to finish research real soon. So she can help with the cleanup. Although I would like to get someone out there. You know what? No. I might allow anybody. Well, no, I'm not going to allow just anybody out there. What else? What is out here? Granite, igneous rock. I don't want people coming out here to grab shit to bring it in to do certain things. You know what I mean? We're going to want the fossil no matter what. But maybe it is better we leave it out in the hot area and then they grab it and bring it over to smash it up inside. Least amount of time with the heat in the base, you know what I mean? So, as much as I want to set some sweep commands, actually, that dot of water, no, that won't transfer heat. No. Alright, we're fine. See, right now, I don't want to allow just anybody out. That's the issue, right? Like, if you allow just anybody out the door, there's a good chance that Julie's not going to get the opportunity to go out the door. And if that's the case, our main digger can't go out there and dig the things they have to dig. So right now, we're just letting Julie out, because she's got to do all the coring out. Then, once Julie's done with the whole dig situation, we should probably let Killer out as well, because Killer's the builder and we're going to need to build ladders out there. Right. That's our priorities right there. Killer and Julie are allowed to go out. New printables. I do not want to take on any more dupes. No matter how good anything is going this far out, I'm sticking at 8. We're designing our base around that. Otherwise, we got to build a bigger spawn, and I'm already not interested in building the spawn that we're going to be building. So there are no dupe prints from here on out. Not even going to look at them. Okay, so all that being said... Oh, wait. There is a spore kid. There is a spore kid. Now, do we just leave a layer? That's a lot of micro to not get hit with spore kids. Hang on a second. Hang on a second here. It's currently inactive. If we can kill it before it puts off any zombie, yeah. I think it's worth it, because I know how to deal with these. I just, you know, it's just a matter of wanting to or not. We have to come down to here. We have to dig out that, and then dig out that. That way, nothing will get out, it'll get killed, and once it's in its seed form, it can't hurt us anymore. And I don't see any in the air, so I think it's been overpressured by the oil since the very beginning. I mean, we should see germs. We see germs. Okay, so it's, you know, the overlay is working. And it says 0 surface germs, because this is a vacuum. Can't have germs in a vacuum. Can't have germs. Oh, there are zombie spores. Do they die if... Okay, either way, we gotta pop that spore kid. They're in the crude oil, so they're not in the air. Either way, this won't expose our people, and if we have to dig around it... Because this, you gotta do this to get rid of that, because you can't just build into it. Once that's killed, we can start, like, building over, and then when we get over to here, we could break that out from underneath as well. And basically crush the spores. I've done it before. I'll do it again. I don't know. I honestly, like, I might crush corner build out to, like, here just to get to this fossil and this lead. But I don't really give a shit about most of this stuff. And we're not going to need diamond that hard. And we could always build... Yeah. We'll do a little of it. Just to get ourselves what we need. But Yeah, I guess we had to have a ladder system somewhere, didn't we? Not the optimal place, but not the worst situation either. Some of the lead spawned on the opposite side of the abyssalite. There is a tiny little pocket of fossil right there. We've got a lot of iron that we could get to there. But provided we could step our way down into here and get ourselves access to this iron. I'm not sure we need it. We have 12.3 tons of iron ore. We need a lot of everything, but let's get another, I don't know. Let's do another 20 batches of copper and another 20 batches of iron for now. I would gladly set some of these on forever, but we still do have to worry a little bit about heat. Not a lot. Not a lot. We did our diligence. We kept our crops reasonably away from the heat sources. We are going to have to get them some relief soon-ish. Do I have this just set on forever? No, I have ceramic set on forever. And ceramic set on forever. Not that we're ever going to run into any clay. Okay. Then here's a question. How do we deal with polluted water? I've been saying it the whole game, so I feel obligated to do it. We just need to put it into an infinite liquid storage. Trying to figure out the best configuration. I've only ever done this like once or twice before, so if we have that there, that can go there. No. Let me pause it so I don't stress out as much while I'm doing this. I'm like trying to design. So we need a pocket like that, right? So that can go there. Actually, we could just legitimately do that. And then put a vent right there. And then just... We're not trying to access this. We're not going to put a pump into it to do anything. This is literally just dump everything. So we can do that. The hard part being, how do you get something in that tile? And I gotta say, it's the same overpressure point, right? Yeah. Wait, 1,000 kilos. These are 2 kilos. But the liquid vent, we could just put a blob of water there's a blob of something that sits on top. What would sit on top of water? Because salt water's on the bottom, so that won't work. I mean, I guess, could you invert it? Could we just put a tiny blob of salt water at the bottom? And then put the vent on the bottom and the water on the top? I would imagine that's possible, but it would seem weird. What are our other options? I think crude sits below water. The other option is gases. We would just have to have less than 1 kilo of gas on the top. Interesting. Or less than a ton of gas. So
This is a kilo. So wait, so isn't this easy to do? Hold on. I gotta be doing this math wrong. So this overpressures at 1,000 kilos, which is 1 ton, right? And this is 1,000 grams, which is 1 kilo. So we just build this, and it'll have a little bit of air there. And we just put a liquid. Yeah. That's how we deal with this. So we bolt that on down here. You know, another project for the team. I already lost the thread of how I did that. So what was it? It was this, with this, and that. So that's all that ever needs to be. And what we do is it's going to be toilet water going out there. So we can literally put that there and then eventually snip that, right? And regular water, okay, so they can get to that through there. They, in theory, can get to that through there. Regular water, we pump in from somewhere else. Has got to be. This is like the only way I can think about dealing with this reasonably. We don't even get regolith asteroids, so we don't have a renewable set of sand. I mean, if we could set up a dash of salt vine farm, I might be convinced that by crushing salt to get sand, we might be like, okay. But we don't have a dash of salt vine set up, and that's a whole can of worms in and of itself. So I think we infinite liquid storage the yeah, I think we infinite liquid storage the whole thing as far as like pea water goes. Just you know, imagine this thing lasts 10,000 cycles. There would be 10,000 cycles of urine on that one tile. Maybe don't imagine that. That might not be something you want to imagine. That being said, we'll have to pump water in from somewhere. Only clean source is down here, obviously. So a lot depends on us being able to get at this whole situation down here. Coming from that left side is appealing, but we might actually have to run a suit docks somewhere down here. Like, maybe just put a suit docks right here. You know what? We're gonna have to do that. I built you out of iron, son of a bitch. I did not mean to build you out of iron. Like, again, we might need 2 docks, right? We'll leave room for 3 just in case. We build that there. We're not gonna go crazy with the insulation. We'll do this for it, realistically, right? And as far as this line goes, we bring this all the way down to here so that we can do that. And now we've got a little bit of a project to sort out. Now, we could, in theory, do a double liquid lock situation there, but I'm not willing to put that kind of time into this setup right here. This is to get us into that hot water. Okay, then how do we... Tell me you're not made out of iron? No, you're made out of copper. Good. Good, good, good. So we're going to put in 2 suit docks down here. There's a lot of CO2 down here, which is frustrating, but is what it is. Let's... I think we just run pipe. Like, I think we just run the gas pipe down there. I think when it comes down to it, it's easier to run the gas pipe
than it is to build a whole nother setup. You know what I mean? Oh, nope, nope, nope. Not through the natural tiles, Nether. Never through the natural tiles, Nether. Don't get sloppy here on us. Nothing queued up to go through those natural tiles. Whole playthrough is ruined if we gotta go through if we go through those natural tiles. Our people will never be okay without their nature reserve. They'll eventually be able to get there, and then again, I hate to just put all of this strain on this wiring system, but we're not going to hook all of this up right away. We're just going to do that. And on this one, we are going to put a switch too, because I'm just that kind of person. And that's the next rounds of work for everybody here. We just ordered a massive list of things to get done. And our people in those Atmos suits, they're going to be so freaking slow. We just don't have the time to be training athletics. The only people who are good at athletics are the people that have been pretty much running this whole time. What are we at? Okay, so it looks like 10 rad volts equals 1 research. So we'll need 200 rad volts worth of energy put into this so that we can get ourselves steam turbine technology. And our Drecklet egg on cycle 43 is 48%. That is terrifying. Like, absolutely terrifying. Do we do the incubators with timers? We might need to start doing incubators with timers. I know that sounds insane, but we might actually have to do that. It's so much stuff straining this line. There's like the potential on this line. The current is 170, but the potential is 3,300. Now, I know in Satisfactory and in this game, it's always like you don't have potential and what you are different things. But you know, okay, so we could put a floor there and do incubators. Hang on. Let me think here. So 1, 2, 3. So we could theoretically do a floor here, right? That means that if we wanted to put 4 more of these in, or 8 more of these in, whatever it is, we would have plenty of room to do something. We'd have to be like this so that the wire could go over. So this could be 2, 4, 6. I mean, I don't think we would need more than 7. So that would give us plenty of space for manual running up here at the top here. And then food, incubators. We haven't gone into incubators, have we? Yeah, we have to go into incubators, and that is far closer than... Okay, so they're too wide. We're going to need at least 4 of them. So we need 8 tiles for those. We could put in 3 each. A drop-off. I think we only need 2 each. Huh. We are going to bring that to there. If we put a door here, we could put 3 each of Drecko's... Okay, let's not... Hang on. Hang on. No, okay. I was thinking about, like, what about the evolution chamber? That can go in a completely different location. Probably, like, right up here for the convenience of it. Be better if it was right next to the kitchen. So, let's say we wanted to do 12 tiles, so 3 of each. just to be sure that we've got enough and we don't start to dwindle. And we do this, and we do... we do that. Nope, nope. It needs to be at least 3 tall, so in one spot. That's fine. I'm at the point where I'm like mini base status. I'm like, what do we need? That's what we need? Okay. These pickup and drop-offs are just gonna be kind of weird, right? I mean, we only ever want them to pick up from here. I was doing that because airflow. It'll be a weird setup, but it'll work. We don't need this to be a ranch. This is just a birthing pod. Like, there's just going to be incubators in here, some of them on timers. Do we have timers? That's another research I haven't even looked into whether we have or not. Cycle sensor, timer sensor. And I don't actually know the numbers on this. I know Barb does. Barb, if you're out there, what are the numbers on this? Not that we're there yet, but when we get there. I mean, we might as well start planning on the evolution chamber as well, right? Like, why the hell not? So, let's say that's legit, like, just right here. Right? Like, let's get that shit dug out. And that's gonna be like that. I care so little about traditional shapes and sizes at this point. Like, we're just gonna do what we need to do. There's a lot of projects here at this point, so... Damn, they are slow in those friggin' suits. She's cooking otherwise, but, like, slow as shit in those suits. We don't really have time to do, like, duplicant gym training. Like, they'll just have to... They'll have to get along. Forget that I gotta be just a little selective about what we dig out. Like, we don't need to dig out anything except the things that we actually need. And the stuff in the way of us getting that. Like, we don't need to build out of igneous rock. Okay, that's the stuff we need to get. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna dig this just so they have a stairway. It's always good to have a stairway with these idiots. In fact, we'll give them a nice stairway. It'll be nice. It'll be wonderful. Do we have fossil to lime yet? Forever. Get on that shit. Get on that shit. We build a door right there. Now, I am aware of the fact that it means the cooks will have to come up here to get meat to bring it down to the refrigerators, which currently don't have power. We need more people running. Too many actual operating tasks. Ooh, that's a thing, isn't it? I'm gonna set all of them to a 5 right now. Operating task-wise, other than the research one. That thing needs to be doing. Anybody gonna run? Okay. 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 So we're working on infinite storage for our poop water because that's how this colony deals with its problem. Infinite storage for poop water. And gradually we're working our way down here. We've already set queues to do everything we need to do down here. We're gradually working on our electrolyzer setup over here, which I guess I could bring that picture back up and continue working on. Okay, so this is like that. There's going to be a pump here, so we can't close that off just yet. And then here. And then up here. Over to there. Okay, so we need to kind of accommodate this in a very interesting way, because we need to be able to dig that tile, just like with the Spore Kid situation. So if we go like that... No, we don't even need that. We go like that, then we can dig that and not let gases in. Not that it would be necessarily bad. We might actually squeak just a little bit of that hydrogen in at one point. Ooh, that could be cheeky. We might actually be able to do that, because that is the side I want the hydrogen on, you know. So that could, if we let a little bit of that just populate in there in just the right order of operations, we could use that as a primer. And like there's a little touch of oxygen up here. Okay, there's a few things going on. We're not in a terrible spot here, guys. Like, not nearly as terrible as I thought we'd be in halfway through the game. I mean, we've got some things going on. I'm really worried about putting all my eggs in the basket of running Drecos for plastic and reed fiber. It's a little terrifying. Quite honestly, the main reason we need to run Drecos is barbecue, which is why we're starting to set up this whole shebang right here. In fact, we're gonna get one of you set up here as well. You need to be up there. We need a conveyor chute to go, let's say, here. I mean, we don't even have anybody leveled into that yet, so I might as well just start laying the stuff down, because it's not like anybody's going to build it, right? So, I'm guessing we're going to be coming out of here. Like that, right? And now the sweeper, we would need one about there to get everything on the left. And then another one like right next to it, right? And then one up here. And I mean, there's really no way, I mean, we could like reconfigure this whole place, but I think it's easier to just spam these, honestly. Like if we put one there, and then one here. I don't think there's a spot where they could access just one of the loaders, so we'll have to do 2 loaders. I mean, I don't mind throwing materials at the problem, but I think that's the plan as far as automating this. That being said, you could literally just stick a loader like anywhere in here, realistically. So let's say we put one right here. This is 3 tall, then we put one, like, right there. And then the other one, we had a... Where did we have that? Has to be there. So we put a loader here. Right, nobody can build that yet. That's fine. That's fine. Somebody will go into mechatronics engineering. I believe it's Ada who's, like, up on the top of that list. How far are we along on this research, people? 3 of 20. Getting there gradually. And she's finishing out the novice research. I wish you could tell her to novice research. Like, it would be awesome if you could, like, if you finish the research as far as the rad bolts are concerned. Well, let's say you finish the novice and the advanced research, but we still need rad bolts, right? So we say, hey, if you're doing rad bolts, research that towards geothermal. But then we could pick, like, an advanced or a novice research, so if the rad bolts weren't up yet, they could be researching the next thing in the list. I mean, I know that's, like, asking a lot. Like, who the hell would even ever need that type of thing? You know? But... Please don't get stuck in there, killer. What are you doing? No. You're gonna build that tile on your head? Jesus. He almost built his head into the tile. That was phenomenal. Alright, our intrepid dupe is outside handling business. I mean, we could put Radbolt research on hold. Did I do a thing? Why is that like that? Taskbar settings? Oh, hang on a second here. Why are you... You do updates and everything gets changed. Taskbar behaviors. Don't hide. Then why is it hidden over here? Okay, I must have pressed a button. I'm sorry, guys. I was like, I can't see the things I'm supposed to see on the screen. So it looks like we're pulling about 25 cycles a stream. So 4 streams to get it done, 5th stream to actually let it run and see what happens. I would be amazed if we could make this thing run an entire stream. That would be freaking cool. Our calories do seem to be dipping a little bit, but not to a level that I'm worried about spamming more wheelwood just yet. I'm really amazed what a little bit of leg power will do. So, in fact, I am going to start prepping for... the future. We're gonna need more stuff like this. We're gonna need hamster wheel heaven for sure. So, I would like them to dig this stuff out, but I don't really want there to be. Have them dig all this. They can't actually get to it, but that's fine. We'll just stick a ladder over there for now. We'll have to sweep stuff out of there anyway, so...
We are going to have to do some major reconstruction on the power grid getting down towards the end. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's like on a counter at the end. Like, we have to do this by this date. We have to do this by that date. I don't have a specific date for each of those things in my mind, but it's kind of a general feeling of like, we don't really want regular wire running to the whole base when this all goes down, right? Like, we'd like to get heavy watt wire on all of those bikes, all of those hamster wheels, get that attached to a decent little battery bay. And, yeah, we gotta make sure that the grid is a little bit more stable. Probably run the vast majority of the main base off of like one conductive wire, and then any specialty projects or things that are like essential systems run off another conductive. But honestly, like, by the time all that comes, we're not going to be running suits. We're not going to be running. There's no need for a pump system to get stuff into the suits. Like, a lot of the power restrictions, Utah weather is bipolar. I mean, seems reasonable. Okay, we seem to be making pretty good progress. We're 5.5 hours into a 6-hour stream, so we're almost done. I'd say cracking into the oil biome, putting up our suits, setting up a second Dreco ranch, getting our materials study research going. We're almost done with research as a whole. Like, there's only a certain point in the research we're going. Like, we're not going full bore into a whole bunch of things. I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit we could try to get done, and if it was a 1-year challenge, I'd probably be all about getting a lot more interesting shit done. But it's not a 1-year challenge, so at 100 cycles, there's only so much you can dedicate yourself to. What I've dedicated myself to is already quite a bit, considering what we're doing, right? So we're probably going to have to run the base hot so that we can take care of the bomb lily. Rain, then snow, then rain, then dreary. Ooh, that's a little intense. California weather is reasonably consistent. It's anywhere from chilly to really hot, but mostly other than that, it's pretty normal. I mean, this is another situation like, oh no, do we have too much dupe labor going to X, Y, and Z? It's all got to get done. It's all got to get done. How is our research coming along? Like, when she finishes the advanced research, I might shift her gears a little bit, turn off the rad bolt generator, and have her go and... Oh, okay. I had her learn something else, and I hadn't put her back on that. Are you kidding? We've got 41 rad bolts. Go to work, Julie. Or no, Barb. Julie was our researcher last on the mini base. I guess not last playthrough. We're gonna revive that thing. I got a little discouraged, and then right at the end of last stream, the glossy Drecklet egg popped, and that has been like just a little spark in the back of my brain. Like, I was basically like ready to give up on that playthrough. I'm like, we're bottlenecked behind an RNG thing, and if we don't get that thing, it's just going to be boring as shit. But now we got that thing, so now it's like, on that playthrough, we got to prep for geothermal power, which sounds like a good time. We've got our dirty bank kind of half planned. We're working on the rest of the plan, so there's some fun stuff to be done in that playthrough. I got really discouraged last playthrough. I was like, man, we're planning so much, but we're not actually doing anything. And that'll get to your brain if that continues to be the thing. But if you get it in order... So we need a mechatronics engineer builder, which has Ada written all over it, but it's one of those things where it almost comes down to who gets enough points first. All right, we got a good group running on the wheels. That's good. Let's get this whole area swept out. Let's get that deconstructed.
This is like a one and done situation, right? Like, if I screw up this chamber or this whole thing, I'm not going to have a chance to go back in and fix it. That's why I'm building with such a reckless disregard for having elbow room for anything. I'm like, screw it. I don't even know why I made these all, and it's big snowflakes messing with my. Oh man, yeah, I hate when the weather actually like does a toll on you physically. We're getting closer by the minute. I feel like we might be able to get steam turbine research done by the end of stream. We're also going to come probably right in at that 50 cycle mark. Again, I prefer to move slowly on a challenge like this. We'll travel at 1x speed. Our people are digging out some stuff. That's kind of a low carbon pit. We might want to... I don't know. It's like we should move the carbon skimmer down there. That's a lot of work to move a carbon skimmer, but it is where all of our stuff's going to go, so maybe it's not the worst idea. I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on them and see what they do, but if anybody gets close to suffocating, alright, they're having a hard time. Because it's gonna be a thing. Because it's always gonna be a thing. Move that down there. We're gonna have to pump water up. Input. That can come through here. There is so much to get done. Like, I'm starting to get overwhelmed because, like, when you start the day and you look at it, you start to have this clear vision of, like, this is what I want to get done today, at least in the first, like, half of the stream. If it's, you know, like, this is what I want to get done today. If it gets done quicker than the whole stream, then we'll come up with new goals. But then you start having to come up with those goals, and you're like, you start getting overwhelmed because once you're in it, you see a million things you need to do. Like, there are just like overarching tasks, right? Like there's this task, but when you're in it, sometimes that one like overarching task turns into a million tasks below it, and all those things do have to get done, but they don't all add up to like a whole list of other tasks that'll eat into time. Like, oh, it'll take this long to do this project. All the sub projects are, you know, built into that. Okay, so for now, I'm going to manually mess with this. I don't mind manually messing with the atmosuit docks because those aren't going to be a thing after. We're going to wind up actually walling out that side. We won't worry about the liquid lock holding. We'll add another insulation tile, and that whole left side of the map will be completely walled out. Our people are going to live in base with resources coming in. We don't need access outside, because if we have access outside, what are they going to do out there? There's nothing to queue up. If we don't build the systems correctly, they're not going to be a thing. And we may very well need to bring our cooling network down here as well. I know it sounds insane and it's a lot to put on one aqua tuner, but it's a lot of stuff, is what I'm going to say. It's a lot of stuff. Now, I'm pretty sure God, there's so many things to do. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but a lot of times on these playthroughs, I don't delete pipes. I just snip and move and readjust them. The reason I do that is because you're eventually going to build pipes in a lot of different spots. So a lot of times you'll see just like segments of pipe like this just hanging out. It's like, Nether, why don't you deconstruct it? Deconstructing costs time in a place that I'm almost guaranteed to need to put pipes into again at one point, even if it's just one of them. So a lot of times I don't delete pipe segments. Sometimes like they get the better of me and I'm like, oh, I just gotta get that out of there. But you can always snip and redirect stuff, but rebuilding it takes extra time and dupes have to have access to it. So if I build something for a temporary system like all of this, like there's an argument to be had for just building this whole section of pipe all the way up and down this this side, obviously not going through our natural tiles because we would never do that. We're not insane animals like that. We would never break the beautiful nature preserve. Oh my god. This game is nuts. This game is absolutely nuts. Alright. No more dupes, no matter what. I'm not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna look. We don't have time to give a shit. There are just an infinite number of responsibilities on this colony. Nothing has power. Everybody that should be running is not running. We might have to split the schedules up more. I mean, Ada's up. What are you going to do? Oh, she's got building to do down in the pit. I mean, they're not dying yet, so I guess I'm gonna let them do their thing. So Ashcan is gonna cook or go running. What are you going to do? Oh, you're going to manual Radbolt, because I have that set at a higher priority. Which is pretty reasonable. There's only one of them, and there should be more than one person running at any given time. We're going to have to make adjustments to that whole thing. And that's an operating thing. That should be on a 5. And we'll up that just a little bit as well. I'm trying to use the warmth from these things to keep the bomb lily going. I don't think it's working great, but it's working a little bit. Yeah, this needs to get the action turned up on it. Okay, guys, we got about 15 minutes left in stream. We've got some stuff queued up. We'll get back to this this challenge next week on Monday. We'll see what we can get done in the next 15 minutes here. Tomorrow and Saturday, we're going to be doing Nightingale and Satisfactory. I'm going to hop on one or the other this evening. Probably hop on both at one point, kind of check what needs to get done in each one. And whatever makes sense, I'll stream tomorrow. My instinct is to stream Satis on Saturdays, but that depends on what depends. It all depends. Everything depends. We've been playing the last week or two by ear rather than going really solid with any given schedule that I've tried to stick to, but have never had luck sticking to for very long. So. Yeah, I was going to split the schedules up now, but it seems to work, even though we've got a little bit of downtime on running. When we scrub everybody at the end and put most people into operating so that we just have people running on the wheels to keep the power going, other than farmers, cooks, and ranchers. Like, farming, cooking, ranching is basically all that needs to get done once we get everything set up properly.
I mean, I'm surprised what these little guys can get done. We might have to put in some more farms when we come back into it. Trying to kind of look. I know we've got a bunch of stuff that they're just handling right now. They're building a lot of stuff down in a carbon pit. Then we've got to reroute some things, and we've got plenty of work queued up for them outside of the base. I'm tempted to just let anybody out of the base because, you know, whatever needs to get done out there will get done out there. Let's try it. We'll leave them on special access just in case we have to. Actually, you know what? Let's take them off special access. Let's just say Barb's not allowed to go out. Zed can go out. Ash can. We'll let any given one of these people... Oh, you know what? I don't know. Okay, we'll let any given one of these people get a try at going outside if they need to. And when we see one of them just, like, not moving at all, we'll make sure to tell them to go back inside and take their restrictions off. We've got some lead. So we're really set up in a spot where making steel is our main priority for probably the next 20 cycles or so. It's definitely up there because we've got access to the fossil now. So people can bring in fossil to get crushed into lime. That means we can make steel. Steel means once we get enough for an aqua tuner, bam, in there. Once we get enough for our other bits and pieces, that goes into the... Yeah, it's going to take a lot. I never thought, like, we'd have a colony where it relied this heavily on steel in this type of playthrough. But without access to gold amalgam, this becomes a very... It becomes a very steel-heavy build, essentially. Like, we just need steel. Now, we do have a ring of abyssalite that goes around up until about here. That heat will bleed in eventually. We're cutting access... I don't really want to cut in here, but we could cut in up here above where the chlorine is. If a little hydrogen floats up to the top, so be it. But I don't want that chlorine coming down here and gumming up the works with the carbon skimmer. Already we're going to have a little bit of chlorine gumming up the works with the carbon skimmer, but I think chlorine sits above carbon dioxide. Not in the worst type of situation here, but... so what I'm thinking is we come in here... Actually, we could just wall straight up here. We do not have to concern ourselves with that. Just come right over to here. Well, yeah, why bother? We do not need to capture ourselves a whole boatload of things. We just need... And we're going to do that anyway. So, bing, bang, boom. That's moving down there. Okay, so... Ooh, didn't finish my thought on this one. You need to come over to here. Yeah. I mean, on the plus side, we've got a whole tank of coolant right here. I mean, it's only going to come in so hot over here, you know. It's 36 degrees, which isn't too bad. We've still got plenty of temperature over here if we want to run some more crops. And basically, we're just taking this 25-degree water, turn it into 35-degree water. Bing, bang, boom. And there's a bunch of it left, so we should be able to have plenty of it for processing. Yeah, I think batteries are going to be a big thing in this playthrough. More so than my previous playthroughs, I think. You know what? That's absolutely unnecessary, actually.
Just come straight down there. There's a piece of abyssalite right there. No need to put it that far out. And slowly but surely, we're creating a base. Slowly but surely creating a base. What an insane prospect. I didn't think I could have a base this... I don't want to say stable yet, but this far along? This is a long way along for something to be. You're going to build yourself into the wall, aren't you, sir? We're going to have to keep an eye on Killer here. He's trying to get himself killed. There you go, bud. My bases all end up looking the same. They kind of like wind up taking like a spade or a diamond type shape, because up at the top always there winds up being a small area that's designated for Drecos with hydrogen, so that any hydrogen that floats up to the Drecos anyway. And then like at the bottom you wind up with your water tanks, so like they're usually a little on the wide side. Then we've got a little pit down to the bottom over here, just so we have like an access panel over to our water source, which we're going to have to dig out a bunch of stuff over here as well. It's going to be a whole thing. And it is toasty. I really should liquid lock in here. It's lazy if I don't. It's very lazy if I don't. Although it's steam. We don't have anything... Yeah, that's why there's no point in liquid lock. Well... we could get our hands on a taste of, like, crude over here. Not enough to really do much of anything. But we could use it for some sort of lock. It would just be, like, they'd be blob locks, but it might be worth giving a shot just to try and keep the temperature from here bleeding into the base. Otherwise, we're going to have to use, like, airlocks. Like airlocks. Alright, that's for next time's Nether to worry about, surely, because we've still got a lot queued up as far as what they're going to do anytime soon. I mean, this is insanity. This entire base is insanity. I kind of like this little, like, access tunnel panel going down to the bottom of the world type of thing. I like it better when when they finish building the pipes, so we can route water for the carbon skimmer down there. Yeah, this is going to be just a whole thing. We might end up making a lot of pipes, insulated pipes as well. Literally, like, we'll pump hot water into the place, they'll poop in it, we'll pump hot water back out of the place, and then infinite storage their poop water. I mean, I can't think of anything else, right? What we got to do is make sure there's a large enough water tank to accommodate what's coming out of the steam area with a big enough buffer. Which it looks like it's choked right now, so we got to get out there ASAP. That's water we're wasting if that thing can't off-gas. What else could we lock in there with? I mean, polluted water, and salt water is what we got, and all of that is going to get cooked with the 110-degree steam coming out there. I mean, the whole area is not 110 degrees. We're actually at a balmy 75. So we should probably liquid lock in a way that we could get this stuff analyzed and get some digging done. No, we can't liquid lock. We're gonna have to set up some airlocks. Those would probably have to be made out of steel. Do they have an overheat level? Do the airlocks have an overheat temperature? No, okay. So we can build an airlock system and just use that when shit gets out of control. Maybe not. mean, we could set up some automation, but I feel like that's just a waste of time. It's a colossal waste of time. Alright, so the other thing is we should make a couple of more suits just so we can get the team working in both locations. Not that that's even possible. We need 2 to 3 people running, and then the people that are building, like, there's like 2 or 3, there's 2 builders, I think. Ada and Killer. And Ada is new enough that it's just a giant shit show, guys. Just a giant shit show. So we've got you going down that route. We're going to need you in improved construction because you're working on that as a primary right now. I don't need you into demolition at the moment, but rocket piloting to get to suit sustainability. Should have been doing more of this in general. Lyra's an operator, but she's basically just running at the moment. She's basically just running. No. Let's do that. We've got to scrub her up. If we have to, we can scrub some brains. It's kind of a waste of duplicant time, which is our time, but whatever job we have them on, we need them to do that job as efficiently as possible. So if we're not going to change her job, I don't know. I don't even know. We are past the halfway point on Radbolt research for the turbines. I think there might be 1, maybe 2 smaller researches to grab. I mean, we could grab the statues one just to be fun. I don't even know. I don't even know. Like, this is an absolute freaking shit show. Like, I'm just staring at it right now, and I'm like, we're at 47 cycles. We've almost got all the research we need for everything. We've got a fully, well, not fully on board, but mostly on board Dreco farm going. We've got refinement. We've got fossil. We've got the possibility of a glossy Dreco ranch. Without this glossy Dreco ranch, we're hosed. We're at 47, it's at 62. I mean, it's not going to have a lot of cycles to get the job done. We're literally going to be like sliding into home, slamming down a steam turbine. We're going to have everything. We're going to have everything built for the steam turbine before, like, literally everything built, the whole base ready to go, and just like, bam, slap the steam turbine in, set some settings, hands off. You know, it's going to be a close one on that. So I guess in these last couple of minutes, well, we're at last minute or two. Let me see who's online today. If any of our friends and family are online, we'll go and say hi. If not, maybe we'll look for someone new to go and meet. Oh, you know what? We haven't been able to raid Plat in a long time. Zed is on, and there's a couple of other people that we know from here and there, but we haven't raided Plat in a lifetime. So let's go say hi to Plat. So I'm going to put up the raid command because we're just about out of time for the day. Guys, it's been a great day. We'll let the dupes work while I talk. And we're going to go raid into Platinum Lounge. Platinum is really nice. Also values mental health and physical, you know, stuff above all else. Real life first type stuff. Great guy. We're going to be back doing this next week. We've got another couple of days to do this. Tomorrow, either Nightingale or Satis, and then whatever we don't do tomorrow, we'll be doing on Saturday. Maybe we'll do one of them both days, probably Satis if that's the... Anyway, we'll be playing games tomorrow, noon to 6, and also on Saturday. Let's go raid Plat, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. If you see me in Discord, come say hi.
Oh, yeah, I love that.